2 pillows.
I know. Those are best on my pillow.
Hi there, how are you?
Congratulations, sweetie.
Thank you, so good to see you. I'm glad you're here.
Yes, I got a notice.
Sam, how are you? So glad to see you.
So all the messed up my computer.
Oh, I know, he complained about it at the. I'm glad I brought my sweater, it's cold in here.
Mija,
Yes.
did all the mess up my computer?
I'm not sure, sir.
So we can't fix it?
Oh, I'm good.
Let's see.
I'm so sorry.
I know that when Crystal, I mean, was,
I put your sign on the mayor.
the mayor brought it in.
Oh, did you?
I just come bring it in here, put it in the front.
Okay. Well, I was gonna bring it to you, then I thought, well.
Those signs have put a lot of miles on them.
No signal.
Mullen was sitting there.
Yeah.
I know, I was watching you guys, the Planet Antonio, Russ Switch, okay.
I tried to watch the planning and zoning after our
okay.
joint meeting,
Yeah.
and I couldn't hear
Yeah.
anything. They weren't holding the line close enough. You could hear anybody that was on the dais, but you couldn't hear Crystal, or you couldn't hear Shani, or you couldn't, and I just gave up on it. I really wanted to watch it, but I couldn't.
We have some drop down lights, you know what I mean, so that we can catch the area. Unfortunately, we don't. Oh, it worked.
Oh,
There we go.
How you been, man? Haven't seen you in a while.
Were you sore the next day, Ben? From lifting all the okay, there you go,
it
good.
was good.
Good.
What was this here?
The sun,
These are like expenses from when I ran. Oh, maybe the mayor brought them back. I think I gave her where I'd gotten my tank package. Okay, never mind, I figured it out. I was very proud of what we did.
That was awesome, yeah. Public Works liked it too.
It had my name
Were
on
they
it.
able to get rid of all the stuff that we left them?
Yes.
No, you said
The library came for the corks and everything, so
Okay,
Rita
awesome.
got her stuff.
Yeah. The mayor just said, gave back the pillows, she said they were good. So I talked to the mayor at whatever, I guess the joint meeting, and said, you know, we assumed that Rita provided them, so we were giving them back to Rita.
Yes.
We had a good time, that's relaxing. We didn't go to any excursions.
everybody did.
Y'all got my city manager's report?
No. I didn't get it today, but now I left it, you know, I quit it.
Give us to the mayor. Mayor, is this yours?
Down to the mayor.
Hello. I'm just a mess.
No, you're fine.
Nice mess.
All right, is everyone ready to start? All right, great. Good afternoon and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council special meeting. Today is Tuesday, May 5th, 2026, and it's approximately 5:30 in the afternoon. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. All city council members are present. I'm going to ask Council Member Ray Orozco to please lead us in the pledge. If you'll please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right.
It's coming.
I didn't hit send. Okay, thank you. Agenda item number 2, citizens to be heard. Is there any citizen that would like to address the council? Please come forward, state your name and just generally where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Okay. Oh, very good. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Marcy Daugherty. I live on Cades Cove Circle. That street is 1 block away from Sawyer Road. My house actually backs on to Sawyer, so I'm at the end of the subdivision at Old Mill. I'm here because I received a notice from a friendly neighbor about a possible amendment to an item that was discussed at least 2 years ago about a condominium unit that was going to be built at the corner of Sawyer, right at the curve, I think 6619, 6621, big 7-acre block. And I was here the first time when the discussion was held and when the developer was here, and I saw the pictures and I saw the layout, and I understood why the city council at that point voted for it, and I still understand that. However, I live there, and one of the concerns that was brought up at that meeting was about the density of the complex. And several members of the council mentioned about things could be better if we just lowered the density. If my memory holds correct, at that particular meeting, the item passed along with waivers for landscaping, tree variances, all of that so they could get the number of buildings that they needed into the lot to accommodate 185, 86 units with parking all around. There were concerns about busing. There was concern about traffic. We were worried about children playing because it's a blind curve. And what I would like to bring up, that I was pleased to see that there was going to be a special meeting concerning a possible amendment to this to lower the density of the complex. I am tickled to death to even know that this is going to be brought up again. 80 units on 7 acres spread out, leaving landscaping and adding more landscaping, adding more parking available, because my understanding, and I could be wrong, that the garages for these units would not accommodate 2 cars. But most of the people who would be buying these units would have at least 2 cars, generally. That's not a must-have, but that's generally. I'm thinking that if we could lower the density to half, as proposed in the amendment, that a lot of the ills would be taken care of.
All right.
I just have one other statement.
One more. Yes, that'd be
I
fine.
envision, I knew something had to be built on that land, okay? A single home or 2 homes on large acres is not cost efficient for anybody. But I envision this new complex as a small village rather than a large condominium unit that looks very much like an apartment complex.
Okay.
Because this is in a wooded, secluded area. It could be almost like a enclave of Old Mill because it backs up next to the established subdivision. It's secluded, it's wooded, and with 50 units, it would be perfect.
Okay,
I would
thank you.
move there if I wanted to move.
I
But thank
appreciate
you. I
your
appreciate
comments
you
this evening,
listening.
Marcy. Thank you
Look
so much.
forward to hearing what y'all do.
You bet. Take care. That's wonderful. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, we will move then to presentation 3.1, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff regarding the comprehensive master plan process. And we have Michael Gallardo, our planning and zoning director, here this evening to begin our discussion. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. So I would like to introduce Lata Krishnaro. Now, she is the project manager, so we partner with Ardura, and they're going to guide us through the update to our comprehensive master plan. So this is kind of our kickoff session. So basically, she's going to lay out, what our themes are, what our goals are going to be, and then the actual process itself. So I'll go ahead and let her take over from here.
Good evening, Latin. We're so glad that you're here. Do you want to introduce the rest of your team?
Sure.
That'd be
Okay,
wonderful.
my name
Thank
is
you.
Lata Krishna Rao. Glad to be back here. You probably know me from the last few months when we did the Parks Master Plan. I have here Byron. Byron is, you've probably seen him here too. He's the principal in charge for the project.
Okay.
And then I have Krishna, who's going to be the planner helping with this. And then we have Joe Ash,
Oh,
who's
good.
going to be the economic development and marketing lead on
Okay,
this one.
very
So
good.
you'll probably see us a few more times. And there might be other people joining as we go along, depending on what type of expertise we need for the project.
Excellent. Thank you.
So let me just grab it. Thank you. So just to kind of give you a brief description of what the agenda is going to look like, we'll did the team introduction, and we'll talk a little bit about the planning history in Leon Valley, and then about the comprehensive plan, what it entails, and then a little briefly go over the process and schedule. We have an extensive public engagement plan laid out. That's what we heard from you all last time. And so I'll talk a little bit about that, and then there will be an advisory committee guiding us, so we are here to get some input on you all on what that's going to look like, and then next steps. But I think the most important thing for today's meeting is to get input from you all. So we do have a Mentimeter exercise. I've heard that you're very familiar with that, so we have designed that for you, and we really hope to get some good input from you all, which will lay the foundation for the whole process. And then we'll have time for discussion. So like I said, I introduced the consulting team here. Planning history, Leon Valley is used to planning. They've adopted their first comprehensive plan a long, long time back. And since then, there have been many updates. And then you have zoning and subdivision standards, which to guide the city, first adopted in 1972. Currently, the city is operating under the 2018 comprehensive plan. So it is a timely, it's a good time to look at what has happened since then, especially in the region, not just the city, because as you know, what happens around you affects Leon Valley. And then we have a Parks Master Plan, and which was updated last year. So we have some very current information on the recreation and open space facilities. And then we are all, you have a good strategic plan update that was done in 2025, which we will look at very seriously and make sure that whatever goals of the comprehensive plan come out, they are in sync with your strategic master plan. So some of the themes that we heard that came out of the last meeting was one, of course, preservation of natural resources. That is your identity. Balance was a big deal because to just how do you balance future growth, existing neighborhoods, and keep communities and neighborhoods intact? Then what type of compatible business environment needs to be created so that as you look into the future, the city creates a very healthy economic roadmap and it's self-sustainable. Also looking at pedestrian-friendly and efficient traffic systems. And then, like I said, one big thing was that this process needs to be a collaboration between the residents, businesses, and civic partners, making sure that all community voices are heard in the process. So some of the initial goals that kind of we have heard that we listed here was one, economic development is on that. This is not in any order, but it's there on the top right now. First responders, making sure that it's a strong, resilient, and connected community, looking at infrastructure, aging infrastructure, new infrastructure, and is that going to be sustainable, which means how is your capital improvement programming structured to meet the needs of the community in terms of keeping your infrastructure efficient and effective. And then environment, how do we keep it sustainable? You have a a great base, you have a great foundation, making sure that it is enhanced as the city grows, looking at recreational opportunities, and making sure that there is transparency built in the process, and then looking at fiscal responsibility and citizen involvement that I talked about. So what is a comprehensive plan? As you all know, the authority for the cities to adopt a comprehensive plan comes from the Texas Local Government Code 211004, and then that also, the section 211003 gives cities the power to enforce zoning. And the Texas Local Government Code is clear on that the fact that the zoning should really be meeting the goals of the comprehensive plan, and that's why the comprehensive plan becomes important in the process. So the comprehensive plan helps the city to set some shared goals and objectives, starting from a shared vision for the future of the city. What should the growth look like? What are some of the principles that will guide your future land use and mobility decisions? Are we creating a community that's financially strong, and making sure that the services provided to the community are improved, or at least maintain the current level that they're at? And one thing that this plan does is it helps with grant opportunities. A lot of grants that, for example, the city was awarded some of the planning grants from TxDOT. One thing they did do ask is, whatever you're asking for, has it been supported by the community? So going through this process, it helps to solidify the community's desires into an adopted document, which helps with the grant process too. So then one of the biggest thing that we think, having been in the municipal government for 32 years, I retired as a community development director, I always used to look for an implementation plan. I like the pretty pictures, I like what the community has heard, but where is that plan that helps me get there? What am I supposed to do in the next 5 years? So we focus a lot on that. Again, looking at, we provide a dashboard, that's what it would look like. This is the recommendation number. What is the recommendation? What are the action steps? Is it an ordinance update? Is it a funding issue? Who's responsible for that? What are the potential partners, and what is the time frame? So that gives the city administration and the city council something to look back, maybe look at every year, every 6 months, and say, where are we? Did we check some of these things off? If we did, good job. If not, what were some of the challenges, and what can we do to surmount those challenges? And the biggest thing is resources and funding. We have a large group that just focuses on resources, grant funding. So we try to get all that information together to see which of these initiatives can be funded through existing grants, be it federal, state, or other organizations, or could be public-private partnership. And that's where I think Joe's input is really important, to build some of these partnerships and share what has been successful in other cities in the region. So the overall process, we start with creating a vision and then preparing a plan that would achieve the vision with the goals, objectives, policies, and strategies. So this is what the document would look like. And then I talked a little bit about the implementation plan, and then what are some of the monitoring mechanisms that are built in. So the comprehensive plan typically has different components, starting with, of course, the land use is a big one, but the plan looks at the history and culture too, and sees how can there be a continuity, what sets Leon Valley apart from other cities around, and how do we maintain that identity, how do we maintain that character. And then multimodal connectivity, not just focusing on auto-oriented mobility, but also looking at, are people walking, biking? Lately, there are some newer methods people use, like scooters are a big thing. I don't know if you've been to College Station lately. All the streets have been revamped with lanes for electric scooters now. Then we also look at golf carts are big in some communities. I know Fair Oaks Ranch, we actually wrote some regulations for golf cart parking. Those are some of the things that people are using. So how do we make sure that there is an opportunity, because not everybody can or wants to drive. So, and then aging infrastructure is a big one, especially if the city is older. So what are the pressing needs? How do we face them? Obviously, it needs a lot of money, effort. So how are we making sure that we are recapitalizing and making and putting some money set aside for infrastructure rehabilitation. Of course, community, natural open space. So we have a parks plan, so making sure that the comprehensive plan advances the objectives of the parks plan. And then looking at economic strength, making sure that all these recommendations are real, they are supported by the market, or if not, how can they be come to fruition? And this is what the document looks like. Like I said, you'll have a future land use map that kind of, shows you what the city, the desires of the city to grow in the next 10, 15 years. The land use map is not a regulatory document. It's a guiding document. To make this happen, typically the zoning ordinances need to be changed. Zoning needs to be changed. So one thing we will do through the process is see when we have a future land use map that the community desires, what are the gaps? Where are the areas where there is conflict between zoning and future land use? So at least identify them and then have some recommendations on how to address those. So again, so like I said, this is a great time to do the comprehensive plan update. Your location, as you all know, is important. Area around you is growing. The city is built out with very limited vacant land. That's why it's important to understand the implications of how that vacant land is developed. And also that also creates a need for some strong market supported redevelopment policies. Aging infrastructure, I talked about looking at development standards and then neighborhood protection. You have some very established neighborhoods, and what is needed to preserve the neighborhoods as desired neighborhoods. As you all know, sometimes if there is no timely intervention, neighborhoods start to deteriorate. So how do we stop that? Is that already happening, or is there a possibility that it'll happen in the future? Looking at transportation improvements, resiliency and sustainability practices will be woven into the comp plan. The city of Leon Valley is doing great with the recycling program, so making sure that some of those are incorporated. And then just making sure that natural and human-caused hazards are addressed. So at this time, I'm going to ask Joe to talk a little bit about the economic development and market forces and his contribution.
Okay. Are there any questions for Lata before we can go to the next section? Okay. All right.
I don't have a
great.
question.
Yes.
Clarification. So like the Vision SA or Zero Vision grant, one of the big reasons we didn't get that grant was because our comprehensive master plan was a little outdated, or we didn't get as many points. Will updating our master plan help us in that endeavor in the future?
Yes, so there are points that are assigned to how actively the city has been updating their plans. And because of our experience with the grants, we make sure that those components are addressed. So if Vision Zero requires certain things, we make sure that, when somebody does a quick search, that those show up. Like SS4A, which is the safety grant. So there will be a bike and ped master plan or some kind of a discussion so that the city is poised to apply for the grant.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you so much. My name is Joe Ash, and before I get started here, just a little bit of background, tell you a bit about myself. So I started in the work world with the Boeing Corporation, and so about the majority of my time I used to travel and teach people how to load and target nuclear weapons. And after a time, I decided to work my way out of purgatory, and I've been in economic development since 1992, rebuilding cities rather than teaching people how to tear them down. And when I started in economic development, I started back up in North Dakota, which at the time people didn't think the state existed. If it did exist, they didn't want to move a company to. So I've had my challenges over the years. I came here in 1999. I started Sugarlands program and ran it for about 10 years. Always had economic development. Ultimately, was assistant city manager and had Parks and Rec, the airport. Started legislative affairs. Started transportation planning and a few other things at the city. So from there, I've worked with a number of economic development entities and actually worked in the private sector And I was working so much that my kids called me their second favorite father. And I wanted to find out who the first one was. And so I came back and ran that Missouri City's Economic Development Department for 8 years until I retired. And after that, I was working as a guy with a broker's license for real estate and got asked by a number of public and private entities to assist. So I started a company. And for the last 4 years, I've been working with the public and private sector in economic development. Have a number of clients from Prologis being my largest private sector developer to a number of cities. I work with City of Stafford right now. Presently, I work with Needville also in there, and I'm working with Simonton and a few other communities, and now this engagement and others. So I say all that to say this, is that I've been working on the public and private side in development for over 30 years. And from that process, I have, I believe, a unique understanding of what the public and private sector understand and need in that process, and we'll be bringing that experience to hopefully assist you in this process. In that this effort, I would tell you that in my belief, having a good comprehensive plan, knowing what you want to be when you grow up is really important, because it tells the development community, we've all heard, money flees when economics are political things are not solid. So having a vision of what you want to be is important in this process. It's also important as you go through this, because understanding your demographics, if you told me that you wanted to have Boeing headquarters here, I'd tell you, and it's not going to happen. So making sure you know who you are in this process is important. From that, taking a look at the trends. Taking a look at which things are going. I mean, when I started in Sugar Land, we thought sales tax was going to keep going like this until 2007. And then we've had COVID, so everything changes. And I've lived long enough that I've seen cycles of types of development, and so trends are important, because the world we live in today is so far different than the one that I grew up in 60 years ago. And a market-based response. Another thing is that even though the market potential can be here for things, if the market does not see you as that opportunity, you will have problems. I'll give you an example. Sugar Land, where I spent a lot of time, was the smallest office submarket in the Houston metro area. Office space was needed there, but the marketplace was slow to absorb, because they want to make sure they can make their numbers. They need to build an office building and fill it up and lease it up to the point they can make their numbers within 2 years, or they're not going to make their numbers. And so that perception of the marketplace affects what you're able to do as you move forward with your goals and objectives. From this, that process is part of research and analysis, taking a look at what we see and what we hear from the marketplace. We've already talked about the participative process, but also taking a look at what the brokerage community sees, what the property owners see, what the community wants to see. And inherently, there will be conflicts between what the community wants to see and what you need for the community long term, because it's the process of, I want to make sure I have, it's so busy, Yogi Berra, it's so busy nobody goes there anymore. Is because it's so busy that people, and now it's a reason that they don't want that much busy. But people want the resources, but they don't want to have the traffic. And that's a balance that we'll be dealing with. Ultimately, we'll deal with the recommendations and moving forward for things for people to consider, for council to wrestle with as you move forward with the city. In this process, and I think I'll see if I can get this down. Got to be smarter than the tool. There we go.
Oh,
maybe not.
Okay, there we go.
Apparently, I'm not smarter than the tool. I'm going to let you help me. Next one, please. Right button. All right. I try to press the right, but it's the wrong button, does it? When you look at economic development, you're looking at what it comes to their trade-offs. And the benefits, I classify them as both tangible and intangible, both direct and indirect. Tangible, obviously, you can touch. The direct benefits, here the sales tax. Sales tax is something the city receives. Property tax. If you have hotels, you might have a hot tax if you've adopted that. Fees. The jobs. Now, people often say, and especially in a community like this, it creates jobs. The reality of it is, if you're in a metropolitan area where somebody lives may not be where they spend their money, may not be where they work, and so what you capture out of a job, you have to take into consideration. Other revenues, such as venue taxes, rental cars, different things like that, the intangible benefit. When we did Town Square in Sugar Land, they had lost their downtown. Imperial Sugar had been the home of the city for so many years. When it shut down, there wasn't a downtown. So we built a new downtown. It created something we didn't anticipate. Stephen F. Austin on a horse crossing the Brazos was an image, an icon that we wanted, because it was part of the colonies, original 300 settlers from the Austin colonies. That became the image of the city. And over time, we changed in that intangible idea of the image of your city. Because when I got there in 99, we had a planner that said Sugar Land has an ordinance against fun. And that was the image. There was nothing to do there. And so we repealed that ordinance when we created an image, when we created downtown, we created a sense of place. People wanted to gather there. It was an identity. And people stopped calling Sugar Land First Colony, which was a housing development, and started calling it Sugar Land. So as much as you think an intangible cannot mean something, I'm here to tell you that in my mistake, we, and many others for that matter at that point, we learned how important intangibles can be in this process. Fills a community need, parks, those type of things, amenities, community events, and then the indirect benefits for ICON, I mentioned that, the quality of life, a variety of things, as I tend to talk too long, so I'll kind of speed up a little bit. And maintains the community's competitive position. Less so in the sound of this size, but if you're in the Dallas area and you're looking at Plano, they're always competing at Frisco. There's different things depending on how you see yourself and where you might want to compete. One more time here. So the basic question is, what is economic development? The reality of it is that there's a basic framework, but it differs from community to community. What's economic development in your community will differ from someone else because your values and your needs change, and the community's compositions are different. But they'll have similar traits. The community should get involved. Why should it? Because it's a participative process. One person cannot do it, but one person can tear it down. People can tear it down by being negative. If it gets the image of your community, you'll have a harder time with your economic development. So you want people to be engaged so there's an understanding of what you're wanting to do. And what is success? Success is what you define. What we look at is what are your goals and objectives for growth, your revenue stream, amenities for all the things that you come out of your strategic plan become what is success. Who defines it? You folks do. The community does. And there's a series of other questions. Incentives, I will tell you, there's an axiom that I believe in, and that is this. Incentives will not make a bad project a good project. It will not turn a bad thing into a good thing. It will make a good thing possible today versus tomorrow, here versus there, and also to a higher standard than otherwise would occur. The marketplace may not be able to afford certain amenities, but if it's something that you want and you can amenitize it through your incentive, then you up the quality of the product you're getting, your residents are happier, and that's part of your return on investment, and that's part of the intangibles that you're looking at. So the city plays a role. The city plays a role in economic development because you're no longer here as the government. I'm here to maybe help. We're here as a partner. And we're here as a partner because if we don't do it, in fact, in Rosenberg, where I was helping them out, they have a development with Brazos Town Center with NewQuest Development, a $2 billion privately held company. And they helped them 20 years ago build that development. And NewQuest came back for a retrofit. And you think, well, how many times do I have to buy this pig? We put an incentive and now they're coming back. Well, wait a second. You got to keep buying it. And you got to keep investing. And the reason is this. In Rosenberg, where they want to keep reinvesting in that center, they had a 90A redevelopment they want to do, that they've wanted to redevelop for 25 years. Now, if they had kept it up, they wouldn't need to redevelop it. So that's why you stay involved, because the trends, you can forestall things, and now the redevelopment is going to cost a lot more because we didn't keep it up. So there's always a role for us. The role may change depending on the views of the council, but there's always a role for the public and private sector. I think that's the end of my slides. So thank you for your kind time and attention. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just move on because I'm anxious to get to the interactive exercise. So we talked about that. So just what does this plan look like? We're anticipating a 14-month time schedule, and I talked about some of the steps in the process, looking at mobilization, doing a findings visioning section, coming back with draft recommendation, and then the finalization and adoption. And we do anticipate community input and engagement throughout the process, not just in the beginning, but even towards the end. Once the draft recommendations are done, we would like to go back to the community and share that, because a lot of times that part doesn't happen. So making sure that is incorporated here. So we start with the city council and end with the city council. So we have a number of activities planned, which we will, after today, once we hear from you all, we will finalize a community engagement plan. But typically, our goal is to meet people where they are in a manner that they want. So one thing might work for somebody, but might not work for the other. So we have a lot of tools in our kit, from focus groups, one-on-one interviews, having an advisory committee, of course, city council. We show up at city events and just have pop-up meetings, and then a very strong presence on the city's website, and make sure we work with your communications director to engage people through the social media platforms. So the one important part of this whole exercise is to work with the advisory committee, and I think after this this exercise, we'll talk a little bit more about that. We look forward to the city council and staff to guide us on that, on forming some kind of an advisory committee, which is temporary. It could be the city council, it could be the planning and zoning commission, it could be a combination, or it could be an advisory committee that has representatives from the council, from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and from the community at large. So depending on what that advisory committee looks like, we will make sure that we tailor the rest of our community engagement to make sure that we reach out to other groups that may not be represented. And we're looking at about 4 to 5 meetings throughout the process. And then, so just next steps, after we get some guidance and feedback through the exercise that we have and discussion, we will finalize the work plan and then start working with the advisory committee and start our community engagement plan too. So, so for the city council, do you have any questions before we jump on to the Mentimeter exercise?
Any questions from the council?
I do.
Yes, Councilor Orozco.
I noticed that you have in there certain people that are going to be involved. We just hired a new economic director. She's very energetic and has some great ideas. Is she going to be able to get involved in this process?
Oh, absolutely. We've already talked to her, and we have a meeting scheduled with her tomorrow. Joe has been introduced to her. Yes, we are excited too.
'Cause
Yes.
one of the things that I had mentioned then when we were going through the interviews is that I'm pretty excited of the development that's happening in Leon Valley. We're going to have several hundred homes
Yes.
being built in Leon Valley. And one of the things that I had mentioned during the interviews was that how is it that we can make an impact on the new development, or the people that are coming into Leon Valley, to buy into Leon Valley, to develop that economic, to encourage our business. And a good example is we have an H-E-B in Leon Valley, but a lot of people go to the one on Babcock. How is it that we can have our Leon Valley residents use the one in Leon Valley? What is it that H-E-B is not doing that the one in Babcock is doing?
Sure.
And it's just little things like this.
Right.
I'm going to be in the council for the next 2 years, and I'm really excited about that as well. And that's one of the things that I want to work on to do that. But that's just one of my ideas and stuff.
That's great, and hopefully when we do this exercise, all that will show up as responses. That will be great guidance for us.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
so-
Orozco.
Some of the topics that we will cover in this exercise is starting with residency, and then it's more like a SWOT analysis, strengths, areas of improvements, opportunity, threats, and then a vision statement. So what we hear from you on your vision answer will help us draft a vision statement that will guide the comprehensive plan, and then any other thoughts you may have. So I'm going to hand it over to Krishna now. She's going to guide you through this process, and I'm going to log in on my phone just to make sure it works. So my answers will be discounted. So you will just see NA, and that would be me. So.
Yes, I was telling Lata, we all know Mentimeter, right? We use that quite a bit in our town hall meetings. Thank you.
That's good to know. So from your device, if you type www.menti.com, okay, you will get to see the screen you see on the see here. See that 6 people joined. Okay, if anybody needs more time, please let us know. I think we can move on to the next slide.
Yeah, hang on.
Can you go to the next slide? I can do it, right? and press it? You want to try? Yeah, I will try. On the sun. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is the first question. Oh, yeah. This is the first question. The first question is, how long have you called Leon Valley home, owned property or business here? It's a multiple choice question. And okay, what is that? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, it clearly shows long-term residency. Next one is, this is an open-ended question. Um, right below where you see the question, you can input your answer and then please click submit. You can submit as many questions as possible, as you wish. So the question is, what you like most about Leon Valley? This is basically about the strengths. What do you think the strengths of this city are?
Get extra points if you put city manager.
It can be one word, 2 words, full sentence. It can take up to 200 characters. And if you see an answer that's already on the screen, please, if you think that's what you want to input, please do so, because it shows that more people are focusing on one topic.
Add to it. I know when we see something like small town feel, it would be good if you can add a little.
Can you speak louder?
Yes, so when we see something like small town feel, it would be good if you can add a little bit more on what that means.
Okay, let's go to the next question.
I haven't finished though. 1 of 3. I'm putting it all in one. Is that all right? 1 of 3. I know. I'm. Okay, I'll just submit. Was I supposed to submit every? Oh well, every one individually. Oh well, then you'll know what I submit. Okay. There you go. There
Let's go to the next question. Next one is, what do you think the city is lacking, or what do you think the areas of improvements are? The question format is similar to the previous question. You can type any number of responses. Okay. Next question is, it's about the opportunities. Looking into the future, what areas should the city prioritize? And the format is, all questions have the same format. You can type any number of responses. Lot of good input. Can we move on to the next question? Yep. This is about your concerns, basically the threats. What do you think the threats the city, concerns about the future of the city? If you're done, you can give a thumbs up on the screen. It will show up here. Are we done? Can we move on to the next question? Okay. This is the last question. It's about your vision for the city. If you left Leon Valley today and returned in 10 years, what would you want to see? Or what would you not want to see? And if you don't, please be specific if you don't want to see something. Yeah, that was the last question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we got a lot of good information, and you can see that there is a reverberating theme through all the responses, which will help us to focus on the most important things that the city would like to see. So, is there any other thing that you would just like to discuss? I know we have like 5 more minutes, and then that would conclude the presentation.
Yes, Counselor Marsh has a comment or question. Counselor
I don't
Marsh?
know that this is the time or the place, but in preparing this group that's going to help with this, I think it would be interesting, instead of just taking the planning and zoning or whatever, is to actually seek out citizens from each of our neighborhoods to make sure that we're adequately covered for the variety of living situations that we have in Leon Valley. I'd like to see I can't remember what the committee is called, but I'd like to see that kind of input instead of using the same people that we use for everything else.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Counselor Campos.
I'd like to agree to that, because it does, if we identify people from different parts of Leon Valley, it would help tremendously. I think different viewpoints, ideas, excellent idea.
Right. I'm just curious, what's the timeline, though? Because that's going to take some time to, I mean, I know you gave us a timeline, but
Sure.
if
So
we're going to ask people to apply, or, I don't know,
So
how that
typically,
process
it's
would be.
what we have seen is it's an advisory committee that the city council appoints. It's an ad hoc committee. And the purpose would be just to help the city come up with a comp plan. As soon as the comp plan gets adopted, the committee is dissolved. So it's something that can happen, with the city staff guiding you all. If you want to come up with a list, then once the list is finalized, we'll start sending them out invitations. We'll help draft the invitations, and then once they accept, we'll be ready to start the first
Okay, so
meeting.
Counselor Marsh, how did you envision us getting new people from the various neighborhoods?
Well, I think one way would be for each of us to look at our own neighborhoods and see if we see somebody that's active, looking at the people who routinely come and speak at council, looking at, people that may be on a different committee, maybe somebody that has already shown interest because they're on the library committee or something like that, but keeping in mind where they live and what area they may be representing, and emphasize to them that we want them to talk to their neighbors and, get feedback from those people.
Okay, very good, yes. City Manager Caldera, and then City Council Member
So
Campos.
the way that y'all did it, something very similar, was the original CPAC group was supposed to represent each section of the community per se, or as close as they could. And the council each got 3 appointees, or 2 appointees, and the mayor got 3. And so with y'all having, it would come out to 13 members. So if you want to expand it, you could do 3 members each group, or each council member elect 3 members. So then that way it would expedite it, because if I call for people to come, then they've got to apply. Then you've got to look at each one and see if you have 3 from Linkwood or 5 from Forest. So if y'all would amongst yourself take each section, so like if you have the Forest and you have Pavona and you have that side. So if you want to do that, I can bring back like a map dividing it among 6 of y'all, like divide the map, and then it would be up to y'all to recruit people from each of those sections. Would that work for you? And I can bring that back at the 21st meeting.
Okay, Counselor Campos had a comment. Go ahead, please.
If it would be helpful, as we're trying to recruit people, that we know it has here 4 to 5 meetings, how long would those meetings be? That way they understand what their commitment is and what we're looking for. That way when we go out to recruit people, because we did something similar when, this is a request for proposal review for our trash. I mean, that's how we selected those members to review those.
That's right.
And so that was just another example of we got a committee together, and that's how it worked. So that's what I'd like, if we could get just some more information on those meetings and how often, how long. That way we can start approaching.
Would it be over like 5, 6 months or
Sure.
a year? Or, I mean, I think we
We can
need to know
draft the
that.
letter and send it to the city manager, and
That
then
would
we
work,
can work
thank
on
you.
it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Counselor Heil.
It may be difficult getting volunteers. I know how hard it is to get volunteers for committees
I
that
know.
only meet once a month.
Yeah.
And when I was block walking, I got one person that said they may be interested in volunteering. I was thrilled. And that was after talking to many, many people. So I can foresee a problem with this.
Right. Well, I'll echo what Ms. Counselor Heil said. I was out knocking on doors, and I think I at least either mailed or hand-delivered maybe 10 to 12, maybe 15 applications. I've got one back. And now we're going to appoint her this evening to the Planning and Zoning. So a lot of people will say, oh, yes, I want to do it, but then it's that follow-through. But, you know, we'll just have to beat the
Mayor,
bushes.
you had a good idea. Offer up your idea.
Oh, here was my idea. Yeah, I talked to the manager earlier this week. I thought we could take, but again, would be the same people. So I understand what you're saying, Counselor Mersch. I was sharing with the manager that maybe what we could do is take a couple of members from the council, a couple of members from the planning and zoning, and all the other committees. You know, Earthwise, CPEC, whatever, and then form it from there. That was what I was sharing. Yes.
I mean, I don't think that's contrary to what I said. We just have to think about where they live, what area they're coming from, and we may not get 100% of the areas covered, but we won't have a whole group from Forest Oaks or whatever. So combine those two ideas and look at people who have already shown that they're willing to volunteer and take a couple from each one, as long as they're separated in the city.
And maybe we could meet, you know, as a group, and then we could go through all of the list, and we could come to a consensus of who we'd like to ask. What do you think?
Thank you, Mayor. And that's a good idea, because you got fresh eyes coming in. But there's also some people that have served on committees before. They're pretty knowledgeable, and they know where they want Leon Valley to go, and have a positive attitude about where they want Leon Valley to go. So, no, I think both of them are good ideas, yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you have a deadline for when we need to appoint this committee?
We're ASAP.
Oh, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
So that's why I was
That's- yeah.
suggesting, like, I can bring the map, y'all, and when I give it to y'all, you give it to the council as homework, then it's y'all's responsibility to pick the people. It's spreading the responsibility amongst 6 people versus just having the mayor do the recruiting or asking. And so if I say, here's 6 divisions of Leon Valley, you can go ask your committee members, you can ask your neighbors, you can ask whoever that wants to do the commitment, once I get the letter from her. And then we bring forth those people that y'all are appointing versus coming and going through a list and trying to, do y'all agree with these people to even ask them? You're gonna prolong this process even longer versus just saying, I've already talked to them, they're agreeing to this commitment, and y'all appoint them to the committee that way versus having a brainstorming session on who to even ask. But if you try to hit that mark, maybe that would be a little bit faster. Because they're trying to get this done within 12 to 18 months. And so just by doing it that way, you'd push it off like another month. So it's just.
Well, okay, we'll do our best, but we have Earthwise tomorrow, so we could bring that up at Earthwise. Yeah.
And then we'll do an advertisement and post, like, please contact your council members and, but once we get I think it is very important to illustrate what the commitment is. Because it's not a forever commitment. It's, it's a short time, yeah.
Four
months,
meetings.
yeah. So.
Yeah, but if it's only 4 meetings, you don't want to miss any meeting.
Correct.
It's not that, it's very important. Yes, Counselor Marsh.
I think Councilor Orozco brought up a good point, and I think you have the historical memory of this, but we might also tap into people that have served before, and that they're still active, engaged citizens, and, they may not be currently on a committee, but who the people are that have shown that loyalty and that dedication.
All right, very good, thank you. So what I'm hearing is you're going to send us a map?
So what
So
I
what
can
you're gonna do, and then we'll
try to
brainstorm?
see, yeah, so what I'll try to do is I'll try to cut the city in six, or I'm not gonna do it, I'm gonna have Michael do it. But we'll have him cut the map in 6 corridors, and then I'll try to put y'all as close to y'all's area as possible in the 6 slices and send that to y'all and see if you have ideas. And then on the 21st, kind of get a feel of how that's working.
19th.
I'm sorry, I keep saying
I
the
know.
21st, the 19th.
Mhm.
And see how y'all got, how y'all feel about that. If you want to change that process a little, we can do that. I'm not trying to rush y'all, but we have a contract trying to meet their timelines and their deadlines as well. And so we're trying to get this done within 12 to 18 months.
Can we have about 30 days till the next city council meeting, June 6th, I think?
Yeah,
Not-
because
not the
my
next one, but the
goal
week
too
after.
is to appoint on June 6th.
Okay. Yeah,
Because,
that's
and then you have a break,
some kind of
and
a-
then you
yeah.
have a month, and then you're like out until the second meeting in July, and you've just pushed the whole process back just because you haven't selected a
I
committee.
think we could meet it for June the 6th. What do y'all think? Yeah, I think so. Okay, we'll do our best. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your presentation, and look forward to working with y'all.
Sure.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Very good. Next one is presentation 3.2, presentation and direction to staff on the Precinct 2 CDBG Solar Streetlight Grant Project. We have David Demline, our Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Good evening,
Mayor.
David, and we're glad you're here.
Thank you. Good
You
evening.
bet.
So this evening, we're going to present the Precinct 2 CDBG Solar Streetlight Grant Program. So Bear County, the Community Development Department has selected the City of Leon Valley for this grant project, and there's a total of 22 solar streetlights that would be installed within the defined CDBG eligible areas. The streetlights will be solar. They're a standard single-arm residential type streetlight. And so they're made by a company called Fon Roche out of Fort Worth, Texas. And the picture to the right is kind of an example of what they would look like. So there's a total of 22 streetlights that I mentioned. The first neighborhood would be the Old Mill neighborhood. There's a total of 7 lights, and the streets that those would go on would be Blacksmith, Settlers Ridge, Conestoga, and Timber Hill. So on this map, there's some existing street lights in red, and then the proposed lights are in blue. So that's the Old Mill neighborhood, 7 locations. Castle Estates is listed, Rue Francois, Cami Way, Rue Sophie, Rue Lillian, and Rue Maryland, and those are the locations of those 7 lights. And then we have Shadow Mist, which is right off of Grissom Road, and those locations are right around that that median island on
yeah.
Shadow Mist. 5 lights there. And then Bandera Pass, there would be 3 lights, and that's basically connects to Bandera Road in that section.
Are there any residents around Bandera Heights or Bandera Pass? Or is that just business? I didn't see
That's
the
actually a mobile home,
mobile home
area. Yes,
Okay,
mobile home
thank you.
park.
Yes, I'm sorry. Councilor Campos, thank you for that.
Mr. Demmeline, thank you for the presentation. And how did we come up with these proposed locations?
Basically, the Bear County, the CDBG office came up with these locations. So they were had to go through the CDBG eligible analysis, if you will, to be located within these areas. So they contacted us about this opportunity, and actually it was the Precinct 2 office for Bear County, and so we were selected for the grant for these 22 lights.
I'm very thankful for the grant, number one. thank you for bringing this to us. But do you think when you say the eligibility, like what's the criteria for that? Did they go around and saying this area looks dark and they said this is one eligible area, or how did they do
Basically,
it?
it has to be a low to moderate income area. So, in a lot of these areas, you might say, well, that doesn't make sense, but it takes in the census tract, the entire area. And so it has to fall within those low to moderate income requirements, if you will.
Okay.
And so, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, finish. I was going to call on Counselor Marsh. Go
Okay.
ahead.
With the fiscal impact, it is it's a grant that's 100% grant funded. However, the city would be responsible for the maintenance of these lights through a interlocal agreement. They come with a 10-year warranty. The total replacement cost is about $12,000 to $15,000 each. So if a vehicle took one out or something of that nature, we would need to replace that. There's a battery replacement, and that they run approximately $3,000 each, but it does come with a 10-year warranty.
Okay. All right, Counselor Marsh.
I guess I'm a little confused about the precinct 2 selecting these locations based on the income or the census or whatever, because in the Old Mill neighborhood, it seems like you're adding more streetlights to an area that already seems to have a lot of streetlights. And then in some of the other areas, you're not showing where the existing streetlights are, or there are no existing streetlights, and that doesn't make sense to me. And the shadow mist doesn't make sense that you have 2 sets of lights directly across from each other right at the entrance of the subdivision. It seems like you'd get more bang for your buck if you spread them throughout the subdivision. So that's a little confusing to me.
I think some of the locations were limited to where it would make sense to go and spread those out more, but it's tied to that location. So, but we were or City of Leon Valley was selected, and I believe Balcones Heights was as well for the grant opportunity.
All right. I just had a real quick question. Is it 22, or can we ask for less than that?
We could.
I mean, I'm just curious. I mean,
it's a total max of 22, but we could approach them about reducing that number.
Okay. And again, we don't know what the neighbors, we need to, communicate with those neighborhoods for sure. Yes, City Manager Caldera. I always say that because I'm into counselors tonight. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted y'all to be aware, you don't have to accept the grant. But we weren't gonna turn down a grant opportunity because we never turn around stuff. But at the same time, lights here have been finicky. Like, people want lights, but they don't want them in front of their house. These are solar lights, so if they don't get enough sun, they won't turn on. And then we get calls that they're not on a cloudy day. And then you get people that are, so they do have their pros and cons when it comes to lighting. So I just want to make sure y'all are aware, if you agree to the grant, you may have some citizens not too happy that the poles literally in their front yard, or, the ones on Shadow Mist are kind of like a thoroughfare that don't really impact, but the lights may shine into those people's backyards that didn't have lights before. And with the soccer field, one of the PDD, or one of the SUP requirements was that the lights shine down and they don't shine into that neighborhood. And so that is more my fear, is that if y'all agree to put the lights without really kind of putting it out there for the community to say yay or nay, that you may end up with an unintended consequence.
Are these lights hooded?
Yes.
They are. Okay.
So they're going to shine.
Okay.
down.
Well, that helps for sure. Okay. Yes, Councilor Campos.
And so is it up to, or we have to take them at those locations? Is it something that we could say, if there's 12 or however there were in the areas, we only need 7 there, but can we go to this area? I'm just not, some of the streets here, like Rue Francois, I would not have thought that that would be a low-income area. And Cami Way, you know, these are pretty large homes. And so that's why I'm just scratching my head as to.
That's an area,
Yeah, so it's not based on property value. It's based on income, and most of those people own their homes and they're on Social Security. So you will see properties go in and out of your low income moderate. Like for a long time, Raymond Marinkus Park fell in your low income, but because of the new subdivisions and stuff that like that have come in, new families come in, the income rises. So when houses sell and new working professionals come in, they're looking at income base, and they base that on census tracts. And so that's how you'll see some of those deviations sometimes. And we'll have where one street qualifies one year and the next year they don't qualify and they go in and out. Bexar County is the one that tells us where they qualify for. They selected the location, they picked it. There's no, can we move the light over here? Can we move it down the street? That's why we brought it to you. Like, they're in that.
I think what Counselor Campos and I might be saying is that instead of 8 on one street, we only have 4 in the same area.
You
know,
can
that
go
kind
down.
of thing. Yeah.
I think we can request a reduced number of lights.
Again, I don't know. We'd have to, I think we need to go look at it. Yeah, you bet. Yeah.
When
'cause
is
you
the
never-
deadline? Do you know?
they're really, they didn't set any type of deadline. They have called us to ask, hey, are you all interested in pursuing this? So I can work with them and look at reducing that number and report back to you.
Okay. All right. Let's see, Counselor Orozco, Counselor
Or
Mersch,
if
and
you're
then Counselor
not
Campos.
interested,
Well,
we're just.
I certainly don't, I'd like to explore some.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So it's
some
not really
options.
etched in stone that
Yeah.
they go into those particular places. And the reason I'm asking, and I'm not championing this cause because I live there, but Pavona Place entryway is dark. They just spend about $7,000 in a mailbox that is completely dark in there. And there's no light coming into the subdivision. Now, we did put a small one at the name Pavona, but it's being stolen all the time, so I don't know. So if we could redirect some of those lights to some, maybe where criminal activity has been, or in our case, Pavona Place entryway. I mean, that's just a thought.
But my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we can't move it to Pavona because it doesn't meet the qualifications of CDBG.
correct.
Is that correct?
That
I
is
mean, that's-
correct.
Yeah, so we
You
won't be
can't-
able to do that.
These
Yeah.
locations, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can
Mhm.
reduce the number.
We can
can't move
reduce the
them-
number, but we can't
move
move 'em.
them
Yeah.
around. So
Mhm.
if you only want 2, or if
Right.
you only want 1, then we can go back and say, hey, the council says, they don't want 6 here, they want 3 here.
Mm.
Or we don't want any in this neighborhood, like, maybe Shadow Mist doesn't want any, but the other neighborhood at the mobile home park may want all of theirs. And so we can certainly make that request to them and say, we would like to do these lights and not these lights. I just need to know, or we just need to know, if you want us to send like letters out to those particular areas. Do y'all want to go door to door? I just need to know what y'all would like to do.
All right. Counselor Mersch.
I was just going to say, I'm definitely in favor of pursuing this grant, but I do think we need to take the option to reduce, and I'm particularly concerned about Old Mill because in addition to all the existing lights, you're adding more lights, so I think it's much higher likelihood that somebody's going to feel like, they're operating under a spotlight or something. So I think we can, ask about reducing, and I agree with you that it may be some areas could use an additional one, and we could relocate some within the areas that they've identified as qualifying for this.
Right.
And, I don't know, maybe we do need to do some flyers, and if we walk those neighborhoods, I'm just concerned about sending them through the mail, one, because of the unreliability of our U.S. mail service and how long it will take for them to get them, and the fact that most people don't read half their mail. Not that they're necessarily going to read a door hanger, but if we, knock on doors and leave door hangers, we might have a better opportunity to get those people.
Okay, yeah, I'll certainly join you in that effort. Yes, Counselor Bolton.
Thank you. I don't know how many of y'all actually drive around our city at night, but I do a lot of driving in our city. And there are areas, especially in Old Mill, it's dark. Even though they have streetlights, everything, it's still really dark in between.
I'll be.
So I'm just saying, you know, if you have time or if you are able to drive around at night, look around some of these neighborhoods because they do need lights.
Okay, yeah, that'd be good. That's a great idea.
Before, you know,
think that's
before
a
we
good- really
cut the
good
number and
idea.
stuff, look,
Mhm.
check it out. We're going on a
Okay.
field trip.
All right, very good. Counselor Campos.
And I just wanted to say that I am in favor of pursuing this. But, you know, as I'm looking at the map, it says possible Light 9 being right there. Well, maybe it could go across the street or a few houses down. I think it's worthwhile us going door to door to explore this, that we know, now we know where the neighborhoods are that qualify, and we'll go over there and see. Maybe it's not exactly at where this pin is, but it may be in the same neighborhood, right? But just in a different spot.
Well, I can definitely, I'll get back with the office and ask them if, what kind of flexibility we have in terms of either reducing the number, being able to move that.
On the same street,
location.
yeah. All right. Counselor Marsh.
I would think that there should be a little bit of flexibility, because if they're solar, they're gonna have to make sure that they're not blocked by trees or something. And if the dot on the map isn't really feasible as a solar location, then it seems only reasonable that they would move it to a point where it could get more sun.
Yeah, but if we emphasize it is solar, I mean, I've got solar lights on my front walkway, and boy, if it's cloudy, they're not going to show up that night, you know? But if it's sunny, boy, they're blazing. So, okay. So you'll get back with us, and then we can decide how we're going to communicate to the citizens on those streets, either by a door hanger or a rather than does everybody agree that we should go in person rather than mailing something? Is that what I'm hearing, Counselor Merce's
I agree that
recommendation?
we need to go in person. I was just gonna ask if maybe we could ask Mr. Demeline or the city manager to kind of compose a letter explaining this, whether we give the letter out as a flyer or a door hanger or whatever, so that we have the verbiage that we're all singing the same song when we go to visit and possibly the maps, you know, just to show them about where, you know.
But we have consensus that we all want to pursue this grant, is what I'm hearing and seeing. Okay. Thank you so much for your efforts, Mr. Demeline. Do appreciate it. All right. Moving then to presentation 3.3, presentation and discussion and direction to staff on the community budget survey. We have Dr. Caldera, our city manager, here this evening to present. Thank you, and appreciate your efforts on this.
Okay. All right, guys. And so I want to make it clear that the survey is going to look a little bit different because we're using SurveyMonkey. I just have it laid out here so that way we can make edits before we put it into SurveyMonkey. We will have the paper version, so the paper version will look should look almost exactly like the way it's presented on SurveyMonkey. And so you'll see like the formatting will be a little bit different. So I know, Mayor, when you sent in, you would like some bold, like
Yeah.
to make it bigger. Well, it's not really going to, like city infrastructure here, we can make it in SurveyMonkey, it's going to be the title, so it will be bold.
Yeah,
Does
see,
that
it
make
was
sense?
below that question, so that's what I was.
Right, but
that's
you're
what
not
I'm
gonna
saying, Put it up
see-
at the top.
Right, but you're
But
not
you
going
can't
to.
bold it?
No, what I'm saying is in SurveyMonkey,
Uh-huh.
when you click like Mentimeter,
Uh-huh.
the title is bigger and bold.
Okay.
So it will be that, and then it'll be your
All right.
selected
Well,
priorities.
that's all. I just
So, yeah.
wanted that
Yeah.
on top, so they would see that they're
Correct.
rating
they're-
it based
right.
on the city. Okay.
So
city
you will see, when
infrastructure.
you see Word, it's gonna make it go to 3 different pages, but on SurveyMonkey, it's 1 page with the title.
Okay.
Kind of like
All right.
Mentimeter. So I just wanted to clarify what that, like the formatting and what that looks like. But yes, it will look like that. So the first question are, what are your top 3 priorities? This is also going to change a little bit too, because the way SurveyMonkey wants you to prioritize, it wants you to prioritize all 10. So it's like a 1 through 10. So it's not just
Oh.
letting you pick 1, 2, 3. It will give you your top 3 in
Okay.
essence, because you will be putting them in the order of importance. But it doesn't let you just pick 3, if that makes sense.
Okay, but it's still going to be separate city infrastructure, 1 through 10, and quality of life, 1
Correct.
through 10.
Well,
Okay.
and then your city infrastructure, I think there's more than 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, is there exactly 10? I don't know why I counted 11. And so we just need to make sure, maybe these aren't the ones that you want, however you want to like if y'all want to talk about each of these priority levels. Again, I just kind of shot in the dark a little bit, and so I need some little bit of feedback from y'all. So the first one is, what are your top 3 priorities we should consider for your upcoming budget? Please choose an order of importance. We're going to, instead of saying it'll be 1 through 10, and then they will select. And so this portion will change just a little bit because it'll prioritize 1 through 10. And so your first one is in order to remain compliant with regulatory standards, expanding the police property room costs between 1 to 5 million and 2 million. Is everybody in agreement that one should stay on there? Should the wording change? What are your thoughts?
Anyone? I think, yes, Counselor Campos.
So
It's
the
just
first
what
one, in
it's
order
reading.
to remain compliant with regulatory standards, expanding the police property room, and then I just put the cost 1.5 to 2 mil.
Go
What
ahead.
I would suggest is lead off with expanding the police property room dash in order to, I would put that first. I think they're
Yeah.
they're reversed.
That's the,
That's what I think, and that's what I have on some of these other items.
Okay. I was putting, because when we talked at they wanted the explanation, I thought before the item, but you want the item and then the explanation.
yes, Counselor Marsh.
I think the library annex one, third one down, is kind of the format that he's looking for.
Sure. Okay. Okay. So you would like it to read 1 to 5 dash 2 million, expand the police property room in order to remain compliant, or you just want me to say expand the police property room in order to remain compliant? Cost?
1.5
Okay.
to 2 million.
Got it. All right, the next one is in order to comply with 88, so I'll flip these, I'll flip them all to be consistent with that if everybody's okay with that.
On that second one, I had a rewrite.
Okay.
And that was remodel of the Public Works building to improve its functionality of the 1984 building originally built to house 10 to 15 people, and then the 2 to 2.5 million.
Okay,
That
so you
was-
don't want to
that-
put the ADA thing in there?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. I didn't think that was the issue for that building. I thought it was more
And the original,
functionality.
well,
and
that's good to know, because the reason that the Public Works building was that expensive was the idea to make it ADA compliant, so that way the general public, if they wanted to go see the water utility billing or go meet with David, they would be able to do so. Right now, it's not ADA compliant, it's not open to the public. That building is not open to, not that it should be if you have a
Probably
yard
not
there.
going to be though, right?
But
mean,
that depends on what remodel you do. If that's a goal of y'all's to make that building ADA. So you have a couple of things. You have no choice. You have to make it ADA compliant in the sense of the employee office space. But in order to make it like the sidewalk leading up, the handicap parking section, so there's certain things for the general public that has to be, not necessarily has to be met, but if it's open to the general public, there's certain legal requirements that will require you to do that. And that was in, during the bond oversight committee, the last 2 times that was a main goal. And so if that's not going to be your main goal, then I can take it out. That's why I put it in there.
it's always locked. I mean, you have to have an
But the goal was
appointment to
to
go in there.
change that. The goal at the time was
I
to
don't-
change that access.
I don't know. I see it's just primarily just the Public Works dealing with the Public Works people, you know, that kind of thing. So that's how I looked at it. Yes,
I
Councilmember
don't
Marsh.
see it as a place that the public would need to go. One, because there's going to be a lot of safety hazards there in terms of chemicals and equipment and all that kind of stuff. If somebody really needs to meet with Mr. Dimmeline, I would suggest that he could come here and meet in a conference
Well,
room.
that's what's done now. What I'm saying is you've had two committees that have dealt with the Public Works building, and what has come out of those two committees was to make it open to the, more open or accessible to the public. If that, I'm not trying to drive that in any direction but I do think it would reduce the price significantly if we didn't have to do some of those things. Just
I mean, some of the ADA?
correct.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to do some of the ADA.
Well, I know, but I mean,
but yes.
we're trying to, we got a lot of needs here, you know? And so if we can save money by reconfiguring, go for it.
Okay.
That's what I say. Yes, Counselor Campos, what do you think?
So I think that when we just leave it as improvements or improve the functionality,
Yeah.
it should already, we should be thinking of ADA for the employees first. But I'm kind of curious, if it was originally built to house 10 to 15, how many employees do we?
26.
26,
Okay.
okay.
And the big way we've kind of compensated, and I call it Band-Aid approaches, is you just keep adding sheds. You just keep adding sheds back there is kind of what y'all are doing. And then you've turned some areas that were not made for storage, like the staff shouldn't be going up there. And we've had no other choice but to create storage in areas that weren't meant for storage, if that makes sense, over the years. So yeah, currently right now you have 26. The staff utilization survey, I think, recommended an additional 3. And so you would be kind of outside of that realm. So changing the wording to improve functionality and remodel the Public Works building, we can certainly change that.
I don't think, you know, when I've been there, I don't think it's really a place to meet the general public.
I would
That's
agree
what-
with you. Me and
yeah.
David kind of would agree with you, but I also try to stay in line when you receive, I mean, that was.
Well, that was several years ago, so, you know, and needs have changed, and, you know, we have a lot of needs, as we could see right here on these priorities. But anyone else on my left-hand side of the dais? Okay, very good. All right. So, Dr. Caldera, is that?
Yes,
You have
I'm
enough
good.
input?
yes.
Okay, on that, okay.
And then
Next
I
one?
put 300,000 library annex remodel, used to support the Friends of the Library book sales. All proceeds are used to support the Leon Valley Public Library. So I didn't even know. So I added this one in there, but it wasn't a priority at the town hall. But I know that there was some commentary that there wasn't a lot of people at the town hall. So I put it back in so y'all could have a discussion of whether or not you even want to ask the community if this is an.
Where did it fall on the?
Last.
It was last. What do y'all think? I mean, I think we need to respect the library, and just see if it rises to the top. I don't know if it will, but what do you think, Counselor?
My suggestion is I'm not sure that we're going to, when I think of the annex, I think of that trailer out there, okay? I would rather see the library remodeled inside the library in some way or fashion so that we can incorporate whatever the library, what is their, the group that, the Friends of the Library.
Correct.
That they can move their books over there and generate additional sales because it's inside the library and could be always accessible. That's where I would see it. Now, whether we move the archive in really tell the Historic Society, you're going to need to take your items or secure them someplace else, because we do need that space, that room that, you know, they say that you can do research. It's just, to me, a dead room. I don't know how often it's really being used.
And I thought it was not remodel. I thought it was to buy
I was trying,
what do you call it? One of those prefab buildings? Isn't
yeah,
that what
so
we
we
talked
had
about?
two, so I have like 2 or 3 options, right? Kind of living out there. One option would be like a small shed with AC, not open to the public, just kind of store their books out on that area. And Mr. Demeline and Mr. Cerna have been working on some numbers for that. And I'm hoping to get it in to y'all at some point for capital. But we're hoping that would be less than the $300,000 to be able to do that. And then they would transport from there to the library for their book sales once a month to the training room, kind of what they've been doing as a like compromise situation. The library did submit for a $6.7 million grant. They are being recommended for funding. I don't know if they'll get it, but as part of that library expansion project, we would be able to move items around, and that was one of the big reasons we wanted to go for that expansion project, because we could shift some of the areas over and you could make room for a small area for the for used books. I'm going to put it that way. So that is an option for you as well. I put remodel because I was just trying to come up with some terminology for you, but just you can put 300,000 to save the library annex, and so you can use that however you want. It's going to be more than 300,000 to remodel the library, to be able to do that. Like if you're trying to extend on the left side of the patio, you're looking at probably $500,000 or more to be able to do that. And that was the original estimate 2 years ago. For a new building off-site, Melinda got the quotes for that, and that was 300,000. Our version is a little bit less than that.
Can I ask you the timeline for that $6.7 million grant? And when
I
we
think
might, if we happen to get, I was so surprised that we got the Tech Stop Pool grant. So I mean, I'm going for the grants now, you know? But what was the other thing? And then is there a match to that 6.7 million?
So we're asking for 100% funding.
Okay.
Now, that may lower our chances because we're not offering up support for that. We didn't have a plan. We got quotes in order to do it. But as part of that 6.7, engineering could be included in that grant, is my understanding. So there is some wiggle room in there. Somebody else may just be more prepared than we are in what they're asking for, so they may get it, and we just may not. But that is, we're hoping to find out. I need to double check with Regina. I think it's the end of the summer.
Okay. All right. I'm just curious what the timeline was. Yes, Councilor Mersch.
Could we use more generic terminology like remodel/replacement to
You
leave
could.
it,
Oh, that's a
to
good-
leave
yeah,
it
that's a good
really
idea. What do y'all think?
nebulous?
Yes. I think that's an excellent suggestion. Yes, Councilor Bolton.
Being on the Historical Society, also, I know that the things that are stored in the library archives are our city's history. It's not things that only belong to the Onion House. It's the maps, it's everything from our past. Is it possible, since we're going to be spending 1.5 to 2 million on the police property room, that they have a small closet area for us to store those things, because it has to stay in AC?
No.
You can't mix them.
You can't mix them. But where they're at, like I said, where they're at now.
That house?
No, they're not in the house. They're in the library right now.
No, I meant.
No, she meant moved it
I'm
to
talking
the
about
house
what about the
across the
house?
street.
Is that where we're going to be doing the property room?
We
That
don't
we're
know.
not doing, we don't know yet. So
Fair enough.
right now, what's over there right now is, in order to fix your police department problem right now, in order to keep you in compliance, we have moved things that aren't regulatory in nature over to the house to be able to seal in a side portion of the police department right now to do a Band-Aid approach to compensate and keep you in compliance with your property room standards. So Public Works is doing that right now. We've got the materials, they're sealing in a wall section over there, and we're going to kind of secure it that way.
Is
Because
that on the first floor in the back, or where is
Yes.
that? Okay.
I mean, it's in the first floor in the back, so we're
Yeah.
taking up.
I mean, I know where the
Yeah,
property
so
room
we're
is,
just,
so.
because, and then the wall can be taken down later if we expand the property, like, you know, we can kind of maneuver around there, but it's a temporary fix because technically right now you're like a hair away from being out of compliance. And so this will give you a little bit of breathing room to be able to get a plan and some funding to be able to do that expansion at some point. But the items that were being stored there are being moved, like some equipment and some Blue Santa stuff that don't require security, are being moved to that house right now. One of the rooms in there will also be your podcast room, and the other room in there, your Public Works building is kind of falling apart. And so during this heavy rain, there's been a lot of roof leaks in and around the Public Works building. One of the sheds doesn't even have a floor anymore. That's how. And so we're moving some of their items like Christmas decorations and stuff they normally store there in here temporarily until we come to the next budget cycle. So we're maneuvering with what we have. We try not to, come and ask for too many things. And so we try to Band-Aid what we have with what we have. But right now the archives are functioning. Regina's got a big effort going on cataloging those items, which will be great. I do see the importance of saving those materials. And so with this expansion, again, if we were able to do it, we would be able to maneuver around that floor plan to kind of, I think, give everybody some sort of a compromise to what they want. But if that doesn't happen, then we also have another plan with the large room, which we're estimating to be less than the 300,000, which will probably be about 150 with AC but it won't be, it won't have a restroom. It'll just be a room, and we'll be able to move the archives over there and the Friends books, a portion of it for the Friends books. So once I get some more solid numbers on what that looks like, we'll bring that back to you during budget discussions as a plan B, C, whatever you want to make it. But we're trying and accommodate everybody, the Friends, the archives, everything that we currently been doing. I don't like to reduce services or resources. I just try to make do with what we have.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? Okay. So we'll
Park
move on to-
restrooms, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Park
no,
restrooms, renovations to comply with ADA requirements, 300,000.
Now, I took out to comply with ADA requirements because we already have an ADA bathroom.
No, that's, so as you adopted an ADA plan, and as part of that ADA plan, you're required to make the changes to your park restroom. Melinda presented the plan, council adopted that plan. There's certain things that you have to do as part of the ADA requirements. The council vote, if you want me to bring the plan
No,
back, you
no.
can.
I thought that we had a ADA restroom up there, over there by the garden, and that was we met our goal there.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so
No.
stand corrected.
Yeah, no.
So that we didn't have to have it because it's only, 100 yards or whatever
No.
from it.
In the plan that y'all adopt, the ADA plan, we can go back and look at it if you want to reevaluate it. We can certainly do that. There was we had to adopt an ADA plan because we weren't compliant with ADA. But you also have 10 years that you have to start checking things off of that list or you become out of compliance. And the only thing we've been doing on that list is the sidewalks and ramps as we've been doing the street projects. Other than that, we really haven't touched a lot of our ADA plan items, I guess. And so the reason this was one of Melinda's last ones on her infrastructure list that she gave to me that needed to kind of be done. And so I put it on the list. I don't know if it'll rise to the top or not,
right.
but you also don't have to have it on the survey if you don't want to.
No, I mean, I just.
Okay. The next
I'm
one.
not saying, I'm not saying take out park restroom renovation. I just misunderstood about the ADA because I thought we already had one that met it, so.
Yeah, in that plan, it's in there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So we'll go on to street reconstruction.
Linkwood subdivision, cost 1.8 to 2 million.
Now, is that one street?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we need to say one street. I mean,
we can.
I don't know. I mean, just to be transparent. I mean, I don't want people to think, oh, I'm going to get a whole new neighborhood. So,
Yeah, name the street too.
So I think we ought to do one.
I know, when I saw the ticket price, I thought, oh, that's the neighborhood. And
Yeah.
Melinda's like, no,
No.
that's one street. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So I thought the same thing. So I added this one back on. It came off, 2 years ago after the town hall meeting. I put it back on because I've gotten 2 calls, and then you got one when you were block walking. The Crystal Hills parking lot, 820,000. You got one when you were block walking. My call that I got was from a Shadow Miss resident. They just wanted to know when that was going to be done and where the pavers were, because we moved the pavers to Public Works because they were being slowly stolen.
Yeah.
So we moved them over to the Public Works yard, but so I didn't know if that was something you wanted to put back on the survey.
Well, I think it should still stay on the survey because that was our commitment when we partnered with the city of San Antonio. I mean, we said that we would do the skate bowl, and we said we'd do the parking lot. So, and we haven't done, and of course, they did a little bit of park, but they were supposed to do a bunch of other stuff too. What was it? Disc golf, and I mean, we have a whole plan, but they just put a few, they did put up some kind of a restroom there and a few playscape. That's about it. So I think it ought to stay, but it may not rise to the top just because of the cost. Yes, Counselor Heil.
We back up to Linkwood subdivision.
Yeah.
Can we name the street? Because we know we're going to have calls, what street, if we put,
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Street reconstruction, Lakewood.
On, I can't remember if it was Link Meadow. Yeah, I remember block walking and they said, my street, Mayor, is, and I thought it was just going to be a little, oh, we'll just do a little slurry seal. No, it had to be complete reconstruction. Okay.
He'll give me a map or a thing.
Okay, so
But
that's a good idea, Counselor Heil. Thank you for that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, then back on the parking lot at Crystal Hills. Do y'all agree that we should keep it on, or?
Yeah, take it. Well, who, is that the one down at the end of, so who will be parking there?
So it's anybody, so originally it was to support the Crystal Hills Park.
Mm-hmm.
And then it became like, well, the soccer field's back there, so it'd also help alleviate the parking concerns for the soccer field. But that parking lot got on the list prior to the soccer field situation. That's been a
Yeah.
long-term discussion. So
Well,
I know I talked to Arturo to see if he would want to do a partnership with Leon Valley at some point, like if we could split the parking lot. But it didn't end up working out. Like he's got a C of O. Now, if he does do the second phase, he may want to work out a deal with the parking lot. But I know he's been in the community or planning and zoning department, but I don't think he's decided what he's gonna do yet and whether or not he needs that parking lot.
Well, I would pursue that first instead of us paying, $820,000 for a parking lot that.
Well, and I think that's the part of this list, because if the residents put it last on the list of concerns, then that addresses your.
Unless we're gonna charge everybody.
well, let's just see, kind
I
of
don't know.
like the
I mean, but again, you
annex.
can see
It's
it.
probably not going to rise to the top, but at least we'd see. Yes, Counselor Marsh.
I'm not even sure we should have it on the list because, I mean, I've walked the trails starting there and there's never more than 1 or 2 cars and there's plenty of parking lots. So until there's really more park facilities there, it's kind of like we're throwing money that we have a lot of other needs that are current. And this is really meeting a possible future need, even though we've made a commitment. They've made a commitment too in San Antonio to do disc golf and everything else, but no, the only people that park in the existing parking spaces are people that are walking the trail. I mean, and I've never seen anybody on the playground equipment. I've been on the playground equipment, but that's about it. I mean, I just don't think it's a need right now. It's something that can be pushed back. And so I would not even put it on the list because it just kind of muddies the water.
But I don't know. I don't know. I think it needs to stay just because we ought to see, we're doing a survey here, What are people wanting? And so if they think that it's not worth it, they're not going to float it to the top. But, we have made a commitment, but that's just where I'm coming from because I've been here a while. Yes, Counselor Heil.
I agree, it should stay on the list. People have the option of putting it at the bottom, but this was something that was promised to those people a long time ago, and at least.
And we have the pavers. We've already invested.
I don't know how many
Right.
are
No,
still
but
left.
we've
but
had
we
the
have.
pavers, so.
Well, if
Yes,
that's the case,
Counselor
Mayor, just
Roscoe.
leave them all in there. I mean, it's a survey.
Yeah,
If you're gonna,
exactly.
why go through them and waste time? Just put them in there and find out what happens.
I agree with you. I think that's the right way to do it. That's what a survey's all about, right? Yeah. But as far as the wording, is that?
Oh,
everybody
yeah, so
okay
my,
with that?
more specifically, so my concern, and I'm good with all the wording changes y'all have done thus far, but the ones that I mean, I just kind of stabbed it, like the fire EMS department increased personnel, but like, I didn't know if that was appropriate wording for y'all or not. As far as the increased personnel, I know that that's been a topic of conversation over the last several months, and so I just wanted to make sure that this wording was okay with y'all, your thoughts, just kind of some feedback on that.
Okay.
My
Counselor.
suggestion is just change the wording like
To the
we've
flip-flop,
talked, right? And
And to what? How do you want to change it?
increase public works,
Police.
Oh, you
personnel
mean-
by
you
3,
mean,
cost, know.
Delete fire EMS, increase personnel by the last,
No, you can leave it at the end.
leave it at the end.
Right.
Okay.
And,
Flipping
it.
and then just for the sake of time, I would put on the next one, continued support improving water and sewer infrastructure, 40 million. I don't know if you want to put needs or, something that says this is what we're looking at.
So you want me to put, I can put continued support improving water and sewer infrastructure needs 40 million?
Right.
Okay.
Well, and I'd go back up to the fire department, Public Works, 195 plus annual salary and benefits. Let's do the total, and that's
That is.
annual. Is that annual?
That is,
The
but
195 just for 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Really? Oh, okay, I thought it would be more than
you
that.
also don't pay your person, you don't pay your
Okay.
public works. You're
Gotcha.
looking at public works personnel.
Okay,
Your police
gotcha. So
officers
that
for
is
roughly
salary and benefits.
320.
Okay,
That's why I
gotcha.
put salary and benefits in parentheses.
Okay.
But I don't know if you want to put like ongoing increased costs.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I
That's
mean?
what
Like
w-
each
that's-
year it's
yes.
going to go up. It's not, it will never stay at this
It
price.
will not stay stagnant. That's
And
that's
so I
my
just
point
didn't know
too.
if you wanted, I just didn't know how to word it that was palatable to y'all.
Anybody? Okay, Counselor Marsh, you're
I
pretty
was
good
just
at
going to
words.
say, I think we should leave out the fire EMS department increased personnel by 3 last fiscal year and just address increased police personnel,
Mm-hmm.
increased public works personnel without qualifying it to say, well, this department already got some people, now it's this department's turn
But the
or
police isn't-
whatever.
Well,
Isn't
what I
in
was,
here.
what I didn't want, I did police and then I did public works. But the reason that I put that in there, maybe it's more of a footnote than actually part of the sentence.
Police up there, I got you. Sorry.
Was because what normally happens if I include police, people automatically will write in, what about the fire department? Because everybody loves the fire department. They may not know that we already increased the fire department personnel last
Okay.
year, and everybody loves the fire department. Not never, but I almost never get complaints on the fire department because they're there to help. Police are normally there to cause trouble. No. So we typically, so that's the only reason I put that caveat in there, but maybe it's more of a footnote.
Okay, what do y'all think?
It was his face.
All right, continue,
I see the
continue,
logic.
Counselor.
I see the
Continue,
logic with the
Counselor Marsh.
police personnel, but I don't see the logic with the public works.
Okay.
So
I
like,
was just
keep
trying
it
to
with
show.
the police,
Police,
but
okay.
don't put it on with
Okay.
public works, because that's like apples and oranges.
Okay, so you want to move the line that says we've increased fire
On the
and
public
EMS
works.
up to the police line? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Well, it's there. She just wants me to delete it
Yeah, 'cause
under the
that's so
public works
last
one.
year,
Oh, just
we're
delete
looking
it.
for the
Okay.
future.
But, I mean, Dr. Caldera says, people might not know that we've.
But
pushed
you will if you.
But you will
do
if
it
it's
for
right on the
police one.
survey regarding the police. So I don't think you need to say it
Repeat it.
twice and preface the public works personnel.
Oh, yes, I
increase.
see. Yeah, you don't
So
need it twice. I
fire
got it.
and
I see it
police
there.
needs-
Okay, thank you for
Public
pointing
works
that
is
out.
kind of a third
Yeah.
thing.
That makes sense.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. It was redundant. Yes, Counselor Campos.
I also have a suggestion where we have salary and benefits. I think if we put with continued annual support, that way they know it's an ongoing expense, because some of these are just one-time
How about
projects.
with continued annual increases? Not support. They're not going to know, you know what I'm saying? Increases. It's going to increase.
That's y'all's call, whatever you want to
Don't
do.
Yeah, just so that they do know that it's ongoing.
Okay, so I'm gonna put with
Disagree?
continued annual increased support.
I see Counselor Mersch's face.
I don't know that you need to emphasize increases. It's more the annual salary. And yes, there may be an increase, but it's saying like, oh, well, they're gonna get an increase every year.
They
which
usually
may
do.
or may
Well, it's
or
not
what-
even, well,
It's that you've got to fund this with annual funding. Maybe we get a generic term like funding,
With annual.
continued funding.
With
you know,
continued
something
funding,
like
not
that.
support,
Okay.
yeah.
With
Okay,
annual
all right.
continued funding.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, I mean, I think
No, I like the
words
discussion.
are important,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, and
really
I didn't
do,
want
so
to
thank you
word
for
it to where I was leading
everybody's-
people into an answer either, so I was trying to be careful.
Okay.
Continue to support the water, okay, and then the last one, so this one I added because we are getting tons of calls about the business district and the homeless on the business district and the way the business district is looking and keeping up with the graffiti. And I will say we used to have a business relations officer that would do it, and then that went completely sideways because we were looking like we weren't business friendly. And so I kind of want to preface it with that. I do think if managed appropriately, they wouldn't have that impact. They were kind of on businesses about certain things. Where they're more focused, would be focused on trying to make sure that they don't put in stuff that they're not supposed to put in without getting appropriate permits. We're trying to make sure our big call volume right now is dealing with the homeless population, like at the Sonic building, behind some of the other buildings, a lot of the trash being left behind. And so my code enforcement is spending a lot of times really kind of telling people to move along off the properties that don't want them there, and it's taking them from doing other things. So code enforcement seemed to be a hot topic at the town hall. Code enforcement seems to be the hot topic coming from the citizen comments, and so that's kind of where I got it from. But again, just y'all's thoughts on that. I don't want to.
Okay, where would who would manage this officer?
Code enforcement, whoever, I'm having Michael.
It'd
so
be
my-
under code enforcement, then it'd be another person in
Kind
the
of,
code
yeah,
enforcement
but they wouldn't
department.
be animal control. They wouldn't be that.
I
It'd
understand, but
either
I'm
be,
just-
it would either be there or it would be under the fire department, because there's a lot of concerns we have in the fire department in dealing with the businesses right now. It would just be helpful, I know, to Mike, and he can shake his head yes or no. But that's kind of what we've been having, these kind of ongoing conversations about a business relations
All right,
officer.
Thank you. Counselor Heil.
What is like signage?
I have no idea. I made up a word. I think it was supposed to be IE signage and so like example signage.
Okay.
But autocorrect changed it to like.
Okay, thank you.
You mean we have these businesses that don't have proper
So,
signage?
yeah, so right now.
Blank building, blank
quarter-
signs.
Correct. So
Yeah.
like the quarter of their day right now, because we've been trying to get some of the signage cleaned up, because you do have a dilapidated signage ordinance,
Mm-hmm.
but you have unwilling property owners, unwilling to do, like, take me to court. Like I have some property owners that are like, see you at Bear County. Like they will wait until, because it costs more to replace the sign than to deal with a municipal court citation. Or we have people that are just completely 100% unresponsive. And if you don't have constant follow-up with that, it gets past the timelines. And so I need somebody that can kind of focus on some of those issues. But that may not be a hot topic for y'all. That may not be a $100,000 every year kind of conversation that y'all want to have, since you do have other needs. I just put it out there because that seemed, code enforcement in general just seemed to be such a topic at the town hall, at the coffee. It keeps coming up as like an area of concern, so just kind of y'all's
So you'll
thoughts.
also add about the annual increases on this one as well?
Yes, ma'am, of
Okay.
course. So I
Anything
just,
else?
y'all's thoughts, y'all okay
That
with
one,
that?
yes, Counselor Marsh.
I'm in favor of keeping it on the list.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody else favor keeping it on the list? Okay. It's just a survey. Let's see where it goes.
So the
Okay.
next one, I know, Mary, you said you take off required.
I
This
didn't
won't
think
be
that we
here.
had- Oh,
Well,
it won't be
here
here? Yeah,
because
it's 1
we're
through
in
10. Got- Okay, yeah, I just didn't, required. Okay. What if they
Well-
didn't really want to do it?
So-
Anyway, that's okay.
You don't make it a
moot point.
choice, no.
I know, it's a moot point.
So and now it's a moot point, yes.
Yeah.
Same thing, so this won't be 3, it'll be 10. These are the quality of life issues. I try to explain the erosion, so kind of leaving it to y'all, Mayor, and I thought maybe you had some kind of comments on that, if that's okay.
I thought it was okay.
Okay.
What did y'all think? I thought it was okay. I didn't,
Okay.
It was the next line,
Yeah.
saving community events, and Earthwise is there, and I'm like, wait a minute, Earthwise isn't needed to be saved. It's been here for 36 years, and we're
So was
pretty
your 4th of July?
well, it hadn't been 36 years. It was-
32?
Oh, I don't think, no, 2012. No, 2012 is when we started.
Well, the big one,
The
but I
big
mean,
one.
you've had a version
Oh,
of
that's
4th of
true,
July
we've had
for
a
30
version,
something.
but not for 150 to 200.
No.
Yeah, so I
No, I
would
mean-
say take out Earthwise because I think we're self-sufficient. I mean, we've got areas of funding and we're always looking for support. I don't know.
I
It
know,
was
I
near
I
and
was
dear to
just
me.
trying to put the larger
Yeah.
events that we
I
spend
just
a
didn't
lot of
think.
money on, but yeah.
Think, Ms.
We can take
Counselor
off-
Marsh, I mean, you're on the, do you think we have to save Earthwise? I don't
I
think we
think
do.
it's gonna confuse people. I think that
The main thing
we
is they
can, we
wanted,
can stay within our budget on Earthwise, and it's not anywhere near what the Fourth of July event was. But whether there were other events that have died or gone their way, whether it was a jazz festival or whatever other community events, I would list instead of Earthwise, but.
We don't really have so we have the tree lighting, but y'all would never get rid of the tree lighting.
well, we had
and
the Jazz Festival a couple of times, but it was never a
Wasn't, okay.
consistent.
No, we haven't done that.
outreach.
And I wouldn't recommend that now either. Your all 75th anniversary is next year, and I know there was some discussion on like doing an event next year, but I'm not programming it right now, so just kind of keep that in the back of your mind if that's something y'all want to do. Events, again, when you're talking quality of life events, I always try to make sure that your needs are met before your extra quality of life, but
Okay, yes, Counselor Campos and then Counselor Heil. Go ahead.
I would be in favor of striking the Earthwise and maybe adding,
75th?
right, anniversary
Yeah, okay.
of Leon Valley.
Okay.
Yeah. Counselor Heil.
Does the city actually pay 200,000 for the 4th of July? Or is a lot of that donations and,
it varies each year. So the year before, we only had to come up with 88,000. The year before that, it was closer to the 100. It just kind of depends. When the economy is doing fairly well, businesses are, and Sarah used to donate 10,000 every year, and then finally they just said not anymore. At some point, Leon Valley Storage, who is our largest donor, when he is, no longer here, I don't think his children are going to give us $10,000 a year for the Leon Valley 4th of July. So you just have to keep that in mind. We budget for the full cost because we don't know year after year what the donors will do. Manuel Rubio is also one of our larger donors, and he used to donate up to 10,000. Now he's dropped it down to like 2,500. So he's reduced his donation. So again, you just can't depend on people to continue to support a city event. I mean, it's a city event. And so,
okay, thank you.
but yes, okay, we will remove the 4th of July and add the 75th celebration.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay.
1.4 million Forest Oaks pool remodel, city cost is 725, grant funded 725.
Everybody okay with that? That sounds good to me.
Community park or vacant land at Strawflower. So some of the like Zen garden options, the like chessboard situation, a garden, were ranging between 150 to 300,000. The Zen was closer to 300,000.
So somehow a dog park fell
Well,
to the
y'all took it
side,
off the list. I mean, if you
and
want me to
the
add it back
pickleballs
on.
fell off the list. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's a
I
whole, so
understand.
your park survey says a dog park.
I know.
The council doesn't want to disturb that neighborhood, so I just put a quiet use.
Counselor Marsh.
I have issue with limiting it to a quiet use. I think that that land is very valuable for a lot of different things, a dog park, a, pickleball court. And I don't know that the small number of citizens in that area can mandate what's a quiet use, because we don't even know that our neighbors are going to be quiet. I'm really hesitant about limiting it to a quiet use.
Well, the 300,000, so just, we can take out quiet use, but the 300,000 would also cover a small dog park or a pickleball court. So the number's pretty close.
Okay. What do y'all think?
So I can take out quiet use. I was just trying not to stir up
Go
people
ahead.
either.
Counselor Heil, I know you have something to say.
I actually like the quiet use. I drove by there today, they were mowing it. It's so nice there. And I thought I could go sit there, but, there I'd have to sit in the grass. But, if I lived there, I wouldn't want a pickleball court next to me. I wouldn't want a dog park. I mean, I wouldn't want barking dogs. I wouldn't want I'd like a bunch of
Mhm.
benches there so we can sit and be quiet. So
But-
we can just take out the quiet.
But the good thing is about the survey is it'll prioritize it.
Right.
So it'll see if it's going to come to the top, and then we can kind of revisit it by then. Okay, great, thank you. Yes, Counselor Bolton.
Swimming pool there for 50 years.
Uh-huh,
They're kind of used to a little bit of noise.
yeah, for a limited time each year, yeah, over the summer, exactly.
Closed as soon as the sun goes down anyways.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Right, yes, Counselor Mersch.
But there was also a basketball court in the parking lot, not a basketball court, but a basketball hoop in the parking lot that kids played all year long, and that's not a quiet sport either.
And we
So-
didn't get any complaints, I don't think. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'll take out quiet use
Mm-hmm.
and then just leave it like that, 300, okay. Paying to fund a recycled water line to the, ooh, I spelled that wrong.
Let's see,
Yep, I did that wrong too.
to water.
To
the-
water Hebner Trail, but I should probably be worded, like there probably should be something paying. Irrigate, yeah. 'Cause
Irrigate,
it's like
yeah.
water.
Yeah, to irrigate.
Yeah.
Hebner Trail, yes, Counselor Campos.
If you could just take off pay to, just fund.
Yeah, fund yeah. That's a really good suggestion, I think. Shorten it. Yes, Counselor Bolton.
I don't know if they're gonna realize that we're using, what is it, potable water right now. That this would alleviate the water usage that we already, you know what I mean? I don't know if they're gonna know that. I just kind of feel like we probably need to have something.
So fund a
somewhere to say,
recycled
hey,
water line, and then in parentheses, instead of potable water?
potable water use.
I don't know. To reduce potable water, yeah. It's good. What do you think? Yeah, I think that's a good improvement. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And the last one, to fund hike and bike segment 3 from Evers to Balky, 1 million.
Okay.
Okay. And then I had them all listed because I wanted them to rank all of them together. Like I felt like it was necessary for y'all to see that sometimes your infrastructure is going to outweigh your quality of life. And so I was talking to Sarah. Sarah's the one helping me with the survey, and we could technically do it if you want to do it all, but I know the mayor just didn't want to do it. And so
My
it's up to
comment
y'all.
was survey fatigue. They've already gone through it. They've already listed 1 and 2.
So it's up to
That was
y'all.
just but I respect my colleagues. What do y'all think?
So
Whatever y'all want.
it can be done. But so I know earlier when I sent it, we were trying to play with it, and we can only get 10, but we can kind of do it. So it's up to y'all if y'all want to rank them all or not.
Yes, Counselor Campos.
I would be in favor of taking that last one off.
Okay.
Yeah, that last grid off.
Anyone else agree with that? Okay, all right. So we'll take it out. What do you think, Counselor Mersch?
I was going to say, I think it's important because you're going to have 2 competing priorities, and then we're still going to have to figure out how to mesh them without any citizen input. But I think you need to put some kind of a preamble. How would you integrate your rankings of the quality of life and the public service, or whatever you call
Well,
the
and that's what
other
I was
one?
kind of thinking, because then you're going to have 6 priority. You went from having your top 3, because then you're going to have you're going to really be top 6, because you're going to have your 3 on your city infrastructure and 3 on your quality of life. So that was the only reason I thought I'd rank them together. But
Well, it may be that we just fund the first one in each one,
I
you
don't
know?
know.
I don't know. I
However
mean,
y'all
it
want to do
just-
it. I'm open to whatever, and not my survey, guys. I was just trying to provide y'all some options.
know.
So
I
whatever y'all
just-
wanna do.
I just thought of survey fatigue, but yes,
The other
Counselor
alternative is to only put the last one and have them prioritize all of those. And not break it up into these other 2 segments that we previously went over.
Oh, just do 1 and
Right.
add it, okay.
That would, and so if that's not what we want to see, then I would say delete the last, the 3rd one. That's my suggestion.
Okay, what do y'all think? I'd still like to see it, infrastructure and quality of life personally.
Okay.
But- Okay,
All right, I'll delete the last one.
all right, thank you. All right.
Sorry, I think we spent a little too much time on that.
No, that was good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let's see. And I've got 7, 4:40 PM. All right, so then we go to announcements by the mayor and the council. Well, first, I'd like to congratulate my colleagues, Councilor Heil and Councilor Orozco, on your astounding win, 100% of the vote. So I appreciate, and I look forward to working with you all the next term. And I want to also thank the electorate for re-electing me as your mayor. I am truly humbled and honored and will do my very, very best. This was a team effort, and it could not have been, I could not have covered the city without the volunteer effort, and y'all know who you are. I'm not going to name names, but I really, really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. We do have a canvassing of the election on May the 12th at 8:30 here at City Hall, so it is an open meeting. And then the swearing in of our new council, that would be Councilor Heil, Councilor Orozco, and myself, will be on May 19th at 6:30, and Judge Peter Sakai has graciously honored to swear us in. I just got that confirmation today. So, also, I got a letter from the Arbor Day Foundation that on behalf of the Arbor Day Foundation, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Tree USA, and I'm happy to extend my warmest congratulations to the Leon Valley on receiving the 2025 Tree City USA recognition. A well-deserved recognition and a testament of your community's unwavering commitment to the planting, care, and celebration of trees. So thank you to Public Works and all of the efforts on meeting our goal of planting 10,000 trees. Hopefully we'll get there this year, if not very soon after that. And then also I've gotten a notification from the Leon Valley Historical Society that Harriet Onion's birthday party will be Saturday, May 16th, 2026 from 9:30 to 12:30 at the Homestead. And it's free, I mean, cake and paletas and games for the kids, and you get to look at the grounds and stuff like that. So free admission, and you can park here at City Hall, and then they will help escort you across the Bandera Road. So again, Saturday, May 16th, 2026 from 9:30 to 12:30. And happy graduation to all the seniors at Marshall and in the area. We really are so proud of all, and your daughter, and yeah, there's so many, so they well deserved. And last but not least, happy Mother's Day to everybody that's a mother on this coming Sunday. So that's it. That's all I have. Who else would like to share? Yes, Councilor Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to also thank the voters that participated in the early voting and on Election Day. There was not the turnout we hoped, but the results were, I mean, it was resounding results that we received from our voters.
And do we have a total number, Councilor Campos? I never have gotten that because this year we got lumped into, Leon Valley got lumped into the whole county. So on Election Day, when I looked through the list, 2,650 voters in the county, and I don't know how many we had, so excuse me, I didn't.
Yeah, I don't have the number, but I will have it for
yes,
everyone.
Exactly, so thank you. I appreciate that.
And then I do want to express the thanks to our staff, the fire, police, public works for their work during the rain that we had recently. They, you know, we had POS closed several times, and, you know, so that was great. And I want to thank the city manager for keeping us as a council member updated as to what was going on. We were really always given the information of what we need to know. And then I'd like to applaud the library director and her staff for applying for 6 grants. That's a lot of grants, and she's doing an outstanding job. And then for the rest of the month of May, there's 23 library programs that are going on throughout the month of May. So I want to just recognize that. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And I'll just make a note that it's not just Leon Valley. I mean, she has a wide net of people that come from all over, because I've talked to them, and they come from Stone Oak, and I mean, that's a long way away. So she's got a great social media outreach, so thank you for that, and thank you for recognizing her as well. Yes, Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. Condolences to my next door neighbor. She lost her son there at the house, but when I'm great folks, and The police and the fire department were there, and I want to thank them for their professionalism, for their caring. As I understand from the chief that there were 3 other incidents going on at the same time, yet they still were sensitive to my neighbors' needs during the time of crisis, and they took care of them very well. Also, in my neighborhood, the HOA has a new president.
Oh, who is that?
His name is Jimmy Hernandez.
Okay.
He's the president. My wife Yvonne is the vice president. And other members were Maybelline Bautista, Elaine Valdez is still there, and Jonathan Gotzi. So you know who I'm going to recommend for the CPAC, for the comprehensive. So, and that's all I got, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm so sorry about your neighbors. To lose a son, they're not supposed to die before us, you know. It's so incomprehensible.
And
So I'm so
congratulations
sorry.
to you. You had 2 people running against you.
You betcha.
And you did very well. Congratulations.
Yeah, they threw me in the briar patch. I love to go door to door, right? So I enjoyed it, and we got a lot of feedback. So I'll try to report on that as well. So anyone else? Yes, Councilor Heil. Thank
I'd
you,
like to
Mr.
say
Roscoe.
congratulations to the mayor and to Councilor Orozco. It was a interesting election, and I think our job, one of the things we have to figure out, there were probably maybe 550 people that voted. We have 11,500 people. We can do better than that, and I don't know how we do that. But going door to door, it's amazing. People that didn't even know there was an election going on. And so something we have to work on, and I don't know how to do it.
We have 11,500 citizens, but only 7,500 people. That was the number. I have to correct. I have to go to Sandra that are registered to vote. So we don't even have everybody registered. That's the last time I looked at it, but we can look at that again. So anyway, it's important.
That's
Gotta
right.
vote. Gotta vote. Okay. Well, thank you. I think that's it. All right, Dr. Caldera, you're next. Thank you for your city manager's report.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hit send, so my apologies. But it is outside, it is online, and so, again, my apologies.
I know, I kept thinking, where is your report? All afternoon when I'm at the house.
It was ready
you know?
at like, it was a little bit late. It was like 3:30 when I got it done, and then I think somebody came in my office or the phone rang or whatever, and I never hit, I got
that
distracted
happens
and
to
didn't
me a
hit
lot.
send. So,
Okay.
so my apologies on that. But I do need feedback. I've only heard from one counselor about the dispatch tour, so if you would like to attend, I just needed to know if that date was okay with everybody.
Do we have a time?
It was a range.
Said between 1 and 4,
So I was trying to see who was available when. Ms. Mersch said the earlier the better for her, and so if we can go by off of that, then we'll pick the earlier time
Okay,
slot.
and we could carpool, right? Because it's
whichever
all the
you-
way out there at 1604.
Whatever y'all would like to do, you can come
Oh,
here.
anyway.
We can make the chief drive us if you want. so.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
So that, and then need to start gathering retreat item topics.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could just email those to me that you would like to discuss at the retreat. Right now, I have budget item, evaluation, city manager evaluation form. I would like to talk about the SB 8 sign a little bit.
I'm sorry, the what?
The SB 8 to the bathroom signs
Oh, yeah,
a little bit.
bathroom signs. Okay.
Just so that way you can kind of get some feedback
Mm-hmm.
from that. And then we have the short-term rental option, but the only comments I have are from Mr. Counselor Campos.
Mine is coming. I typed it up today,
Okay.
but I haven't
So
gotten
as
it to
soon as
you.
so then I can ask Art for an opinion on that.
Right.
So that way it'll be
It'll
ready
be-
for that day. So anything else outside of that, please let me know. We do spend quite a bit of time on the budget, and that normally hits a lot of y'all's areas of concern, but whatever.
And that's June the 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
At 9 o'clock?
At 9 a.m.
It'll be here in the...
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And then just to note, we've City of San Antonio's had 9.44 inches of rain.
Not this past week?
No, for the past 4 months.
Oh, okay.
So, but
Isn't that
9
great?
that's great.
And we're
So-
supposed to have more rain this week?
Yes, later on in the
So,
week, yeah, absolutely, so.
Keep it coming.
There you go.
All righty. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Caldera. We appreciate everything you do. All right. If there's no other comments or questions for Dr. Caldera, we'll move to the consent agenda. Does anyone on the dais want to remove 6.1 through 6.6 for discussion? And if not, then I need a motion and a second to approve.
Mayor, I'd like
Yes.
to make the motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Bolton to approve consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.6 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. So we move then at 7:50, no, 7:48 to regular agenda 7.1. Let me read it first. Presentation and discussion on an ordinance to amend Ordinance 2025-8 to change the zoning from PD Plan Development District with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling Base Zoning District to PD Plan Development District with R6 Garden House Base Zoning District on approximately 6.8 acre of land located at 6612 and 6618 Sawyer Road, and more specifically described as northwest 330 feet of lots 10, 11, 12, and 13, and the northeast 20-foot triangle of Lot 10, and the southwest 400 feet of Lot 3, CB 5874. This is the first read as required by the city charter. And I'd like to ask, if there's no objection from my colleagues, that we move to executive session. I do have some questions I'd like to ask the city attorney. And if there's no objections, then we would move. Is that proper that I'm doing that? Okay. All right. I appreciate it. So it's 7:48, and we'll move to executive session, and then we will come back to actually take up the item. Thank you all very much. We stand in recess.
Sandra said you have 7,729 registered voters.
Oh, okay. It's gone up since 7,500. There you go. Great. Thank you.
Oh, you didn't try to reach me, I see how you are.
How are you? Good to see you.
Yes, I understand. I will come here just to cool off. Sitting here going. On that corner, oh my God. Sitting right here. You have got to see this, my daughter.
Maybe she'll allow me to take a break.
I don't mind.
Are you sure? Why don't you go stand together? And I will
Why
send
you
it to
look
my
me,
daughter.
I don't look like you.
No, you're gonna stand together.
No,
So it's not
you
weird.
were the reference point.
So it's not weird. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Let's go. That's a beautiful picture.
No.
Get it?
I did get it.
You send it to her right away. Oh, no.
Okay.
Serious. Pretend to play the violin.
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't stop?
Very controlled emotion, yes.
yeah, no, I'm not even talking about that.
all over, the weather was reported, if you didn't know that, or you didn't have people that were their counselors to help.
Birth at 4 years old. I don't. Yeah, yeah, and no, my grandparents lived 200 miles. Oh, different. Yeah, 200 miles. Yeah, they did come visit, but they did. And that happened a lot, you know. 12 to 16. Yes, yes.
To raise my brother.
My mom was a teacher and a librarian, my dad was in the military. But it was. And then we had. Well, we got involved in activities, yes. Yeah, it wasn't like what they do now. You have piano lessons today, you have gymnastics tomorrow, you have ballet the next day. And I had all that stuff, but I never had to do, I had to do, I don't want to do that. And this is at 7 years old, I'm telling you. Yes, and we did that. We tried music, we tried dance, we tried art. Program. Yes. And that's exactly what I believe. Scared to go home because, oh my God, please don't. Well, I can't come early because I've got practice. I can't come late. I know. I know. Look at the turnout for voting. So upset.
This time he said he was.
Oh, no, it happens every year.
Oh. Well, they don't.
They didn't. My neighbors did not know about the election. They truly did not know. I said, I'm gonna go vote. What? Now? Yeah, Leon Valley's having an election. Oh. Are you running? What, no? And I feel sorry for them because they're working so hard to try to communicate their wants, their needs, their trying to help. Got me beat.
Okay.
84.
71.
71.
1971, signed papers. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a couple, and there's
what's her name?
Nancy across the street. She's got a week on me. A week, and she holds it over my head. Everybody else
was anybody here.
There wasn't a street.
Yeah, they don't need that.
You know, just like you would see.
And they're going commercial.
But they were.
Yeah, I know they were.
They were going down the street and
I remember I went to Jefferson. I remember going to basketball. There 1604 was a yellow light. No.
No, because Fredericksburg Road stopped. Fredericksburg Road stopped right before the hospital. And there was a
Drive at 71.
vehicle. It was a I remember.
I'm sorry, my dad was in the car, so I kind of
The only car that I really got was when I got into the sports car. And then I got the I got a Spitfire. Oh. Yeah, I got a Spitfire. And then after I had it for a few years, I saw an ad in the paper, parts. Right. So I saw an ad in the paper. Try and sell TR3 for mine.
You had Giants?
I had a Giant Spitfire. It was the same as the poster that they had, because I still got that in the car.
TR6 or the other TR?
I didn't want the 6, I didn't like the 5. So there was yeah. So I love British. I had a Jag after that. Yeah. But that's the one that I was older and I couldn't own the car.
I'm driving now. I'm driving.
What?
Driving that.
Oh, the Land Rover? Good luck. I couldn't work on the Land Rover. The parts were just too big. I had friends that.
And back then, you could actually work on cars.
Yeah.
They weren't computer.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you the tricks with a hairband on the, to keep the cap on, because when I took it into the service one time, they told me it was a free oil change. Sent me a flyer and said, come on in for your I enjoyed a couple hours. Yeah. A couple hours, I came back, they said, oh yeah, your car's ready, but we got. And
But that's what every free,
Okay.
it gets you in the door.
So I just said, he said, well, we did the oil change, but,
I can't promise you're gonna get down the street.
I'm thinking, okay. By the time I got on 35 on the girl, and I'm crying driving home. Got me down here. There's nothing, it's
There's
not
nothing
missing.
wrong,
Nothing.
No. You're a woman and they're.
That's the main problem.
So I went to,
I worry about my girls. I'm always going back after the dealership, all the time. See?
all the time. I don't know, but they sure tried it on me. Yes, yes. Oh,
I had a
yeah,
car,
bad,
I had a
bad,
car
bad.
that needed a two.
I go to list of all this.
No, and I said, no, I think
Because that's how I formed.
Yeah, yeah, that's how he's used to talking to Will.
Instead of going.
Uh-huh.
I said, you have.
We'll have to order it.
He said,
We have one.
he said, we called me the next day.
I don't think anybody knows about the new. But it's still, it spits out a code and then they go to the book to find out what that code is. Oh, okay, I can do that. Yes. I don't know about that. Yes. I just know that. Yeah, if it says P58, oh, that means this. No, the car doesn't turn over. It's a battery or it's an alternator or, you know, and you can tell, and you can do this, and you can make batteries, you stick a couple on. Yeah. Carburetor, like the Jeep. How would you like to have the electric car? No, thank you. No. I would rather have a hybrid. That's, we have a hybrid. I like a hybrid, my husband has a hybrid. That makes sense to me. Sorry, no longer, the charge goes, no. Oh, yeah, and my kids. And now he knows what he eats. And that's what he eats. Right. But I used to have. Oh, okay. Were you raised? I swear to God. I mean, they're in their 50s. The heavy arms. I already had one, but this is my third cup. What is that dispatch? Yeah. What time is it? Anytime that, well, now I think they leave till 1 o'clock. Here? We'll meet here, or no, 1 o'clock there, so we'll probably meet here. 2:30? Okay. Put it in my calendar.
cold, Daniel.
Good. I'd much rather be cold than hot. Starving. You got food? Oh, you got food? Yeah, you don't want to go either. I'm starving. Thank you. I haven't eaten since noon. Thank you. Yeah. I was talking to one of my teachers, Miss Miller, and she does a lot of work with songs. I wouldn't say they're big, but and we had, I actually got this really cool map. We use the Ontario River that was long and skinny, and it had all the different emissions and everything. I was really impressed. And then, you know, my class was wonderful. Well, no, it was on my class. We got up at. Oh, I know, and I'm talking about the city.
Okay, we are back from executive session at 8:37, and we'll ask Mr. Gallardo if you'll begin your presentation. And we will have a public comment after your presentation and after the discussion. Thank you.
All right, council is being asked to amend ordinance 2025-8 PD Plan Development District with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling District to PD Plan Development District with R6 Garden Home District. The proposed garden home is what the development is all about, requesting variances from our planning, our zoning chapter, section 15.02.312, R6 Garden House District. We're also requesting variances from section, our subdivision regulation section 10.02.251, applicable standards and specifications. So I know we haven't had a PD in front of us in quite a while, so I'm going to just read what it's all about straight from our code verbatim. So section 15.02.327 PD Plan Development District. So the purpose of a Plan Development District, zoning district is to facilitate a specific development project in accordance with a PD project plan that may include uses, regulations, and other requirements that vary from the provisions of other zoning districts. PD districts are intended to generally implement the following: flexible and creative planning, the goals, objectives, and maps of the city's comprehensive plan, including but not limited to the city's future land use plan, economic development, compatibility of land uses, and innovative planning concepts. So here are some of the variations that are being requested. Lot regulation, minimum area of lot size will be decreased from 4,500 square feet to 2,350 square feet. Minimum lot depth will be reduced from 100 to 85 feet. Minimum floor space reduced from 1,800 to 1,350 square feet. Minimum frontage reduced from 85 to 28 feet. Minimum height increased from 2.5 to 3.5 stories. Variances continued, so we're reducing the minimum setbacks. For the rear, we're going from 15 to 10 feet. On the side, we're going from 5 to 2.5 or possibly 0 feet. Between buildings, we'll be going from 10 to 5 feet. One of the setbacks that you don't see is the front setback because the applicant is meeting that, meeting that code, and that's 20 feet. So we move on to minor or private street minimum right-of-way reduced from 50 to 32 feet. The minor or private street pavement width is reduced from 30, and it's actually to 20 feet. I think Mr. Shahadi's presentation would demonstrate that it's 20 feet, from 30 to 20 feet. Yes, 20 feet. Yes, ma'am. Not 26, 20 feet. So we're striking out the width of the sidewalk because I believe in his presentation, he's going to demonstrate that he's going to stick to 4 feet. And we're talking about internal sidewalks within the project itself. This is the location map. Here's an area of the properties. So here are the surrounding zones. On the north side, it's going to be B1 small business, B2 retail, R1 single family dwelling. On the west side, it's going to be R1 and R3 multiple family dwelling. On the east side, it'll be B1, B2, B3 commercial, and R1. And lastly, on the south side, it'll be R1, R3, B2, and B3. So the next map will kind of give you a better visual of that. So there's your site and zoning. So this is the original site plan that was first approved with the ordinance that we're trying to amend now. This is what the proposed site plan looks like. This is a proposed structure. Obviously, this is just for illustration purposes, so this is just conceptual. It's not something that we might stick or even see. So there'll be possibly some changes there. Again, just for illustration. So let's go moving on to staff comments. So the proposed development will consist of approximately 76 lots for garden house development. Property will need to be replatted prior to any development to construction. So before we give them any kind of permits, it needs to be replatted. Staff recommends the applicant follow the code's tree preservation and mitigation plan process and request a variance if applicable. We've kind of reviewed the previous ordinance, and we're suggesting that, we stick to the code for this amendment. Staff recommends that no residential R6 lots have driveway access to a collector street. And we're specifically talking about the 18 houses that front Sawyer Road. Staff recommends to place a condition on the site plan that they can increase units more than 10% without council approval. So I'm also including some of the city engineer's comments. Obviously, one of the main concerns is the ingress egress on Sawyer Road for the 18 houses, which we designated as unsafe. We've also asked for him not to remove a paragraph in Exhibit M, which is part of our code. We again are stating that the paragraphs stay within the application. So the master plan. Properties along Sawyer Road may be zoned for residential uses, which is consistent with the proposed use of the PDD request as a garden house development. Request is consistent and compatible with the city's master plan. We mailed 16 notification letters. None were received in favor or in opposition, and all were delivered. Recommendation. Staff recommends applicant revise site plan so that driveways cannot access a collector street, Sawyer Road. Staff recommends project be held to submitted site plan and that an increase in more than 10% of the proposed units will require city council approval. Staff also recommends that the code's tree preservation and mitigation process be followed and a variance requested if applicable. Fiscal impact. All fees associated with this amendment request have been paid. The development of a single-family development will increase ad valorem and sales tax in the city. Planning and zoning recommended approval in a vote of 5-2. Questions?
Okay, Excuse me, I'm sorry, I thought you were going to do the goal. There it is. Okay, are there any questions from my colleagues on this presentation from Mr. Gallardo? Okay, seeing none, you want to go with Mr. Shahadi? He has a presentation.
Okay, I'll wait for
Yeah.
Mr. Shields.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Shahadi. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. It's like home. I actually miss you guys. Well, pleasure to be back. And congratulations, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so I would like to, do you have my?
On the packet?
No, he emailed go ahead, he's got it right there. Just put it in.
Yeah, that's right. When does my 10 minutes? Oh, there's no clock. I'll be very brief. This is a pretty short. It's the one that All right, I'm going to try to answer as many questions as possible in my presentation. So I anticipated some questions, and I thought, wait for it. So in terms of background, we came before you last April. It was April 15th when we got approved for this PDD, and it accounts for about 165 townhouses. Obviously, it's a developer's dream to have high density, and that's where the money is. Honestly, as you all would know, it doesn't take a lot of thinking about that. So, can you think I can do this here? There you go. All right. So, all right. Let me just. So this is what we got approved for. Those are all blocks. Right here we have the streets. In this case, are 20 feet pavement plus 8 feet pavement. That's 28, and then 5 and 5. This right away, it's 38 feet that was approved. We have 16-foot alleys. So these townhouses are back loaded, which means you go into the alley to park your vehicle in the garage. These also go up 4 stories with rooftop patios allowed. And we believe this is a great plan. And honestly, we're proceeding with this plan. The one thing that happened is, as we're going through our financial analysis, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can barely.
Should I be speaking
Yeah, if you could
louder?
speed up just a little bit.
Thank you. All right, so maybe I'll just move this like this. There you go. And I can lower this a little bit more. Now I'm used to this thing. There you go. All right. So what happened is we worked on our financial analysis, and we got to a point where we have our costing, we have an idea what the market needs. We can build these would be very large townhouses. They'll be in the 1,600 square foot and potentially higher. The average sale price for these things will be probably north of $300,000. Now, what does that mean? It means that we would have to compete with a whole bunch of single-family homes that are just about the same price. So we know we can because it's a different product, but at the same time, it was going to be a long process. And honestly, we decided that's not something we would want to do. If we're going down this path, we're going to build them and rent them because that's where the money is. However, we would build and rent. Yeah, because renting them would make the most financial sense in terms of being able to build them and selling them. We're not going to be able to sell them competitively. Renting them, they will rent like this. The market is there for that. So, but we were here before you last year saying we're going to build this to sell. We never said we're going to build this to rent. And honestly, we have the type of relationship. I know we've had our differences in the past, but I've never deceived, never promised something that we didn't deliver on. So, and I remember the particular instance where another gentleman was stood here and promised something, and he didn't deliver on it, and I didn't think this was a very good thing. I'm not going to mention who that was. But at the end of the day, we're here before you because I don't want to go ahead and build the project to rent without you knowing what we're up to. The alternative, we decided, well, why don't we evaluate, because we'll do this, but that's kind of, honestly, I'm going to use a word like schmucky a little bit, because we sold this to, I mean, by right, we can go ahead and build it and rent it. Nothing stops us in the code from doing that. But that is not the spirit of this project to start with. It wasn't that. So I thought, you know what, I'm honestly too old to play this game. So we thought we'd try to look at another alternative. Single family, very consistent with Trilogy, with Senna, with Seneca West, those kind of 30-foot lot-ish, same depth. What you saw here in terms of this is what it would look like, basically. I'll address the frontage on Sawyer here in a second. But I think there was a misunderstanding that the street width is actually 20 feet. It's not. It's 38 feet ROW, right-of-way, which is 5-foot sidewalk on each side. And we have a lane that is 8 feet for parking, and then 20 feet for movement. But the 28 feet is all paved, right? Very, very consistent with this plan here. Let me just show you. Wow, this is very sensitive. This plan here, this is 28-foot pavement, but 8 feet is reserved for parking. So people are not parking on both sides of the street, just for safety purposes. And I talked to the chief about this. He was satisfied with that. So this is what I just told you. So ultimately, what we're asking for is a second option. We started looking at single-family option, and we thought, okay, it's going to cost us some engineering work so that we can get to the OPCs, to get to the estimates of how much it's going to cost us. But at the same time, and I know Byron's here, he can potentially attest to what I'm talking about. When it comes to land development, if you're putting the townhouses or if you're putting the single family, the cost of the land development component, the grading and earth move and all of that stuff, is very similar. So now, per unit, our cost is going to be substantially higher for single family per unit than it would be for, you know, what you get with townhouses. It's literally going to be twice that, pretty much. So that being said, and I'm glad we have an engineer here, he can contest what I'm saying. But this is why we're here. We're saying, you know what, if this is an option we're absolutely willing to take on and to evaluate further. This also means that we have to go back to the bank for construction and all of that, for construction financing and all of that. But I'm willing to do that because what the bank has right now is the other plan. So I'm here, honestly, to say, look, this is something we can work on together. If you'd allow me that second option, you know, we're evaluating both side by side, but I don't want to continue on investing any more money if I didn't know that this option is actually available to us, that you would give us your blessings to say, yeah, go ahead. If this works for you, you can go ahead and build it. And we're happy with it. So that is the whole story. Now, I'm going to address some basic, so this is what it'll look like. We think it's a very nice plan. This is what the house, this is very sensitive. This is what what it would look like. If you've been to Senna or if you've been to Trilogy, it looks a lot like this. Very consistent. And these are actually nice homes. I'm sure you've walked in and I would live there. I live in a townhouse back in Canada, so it's perfect. So anyways, so what we're requesting is basically, I just wanted to correct what we're requesting exactly. We're requesting that we keep the amendment is not touching the base zoning. Right? We cannot amend and change base zoning because that's a substantial change. It's not just an amendment. So the base zoning remains the same. What we're asking for is an additional use to allow us to build a second site plan as a second option consistent with consistent with the R6 standards, modified almost to the T to how Senna and Trilogy and Seneca West, it's pretty much the same. It's the same product. We're not coming up with anything crazy. So that is the spirit of what we're doing. The tree preservation, I will get to that in a second. Let me just, this is the site plan. We're actually potentially, as we look at more engineering work, I started investing a little bit more. We may nuke a couple of those to favor more green space and potentially some more detention. But if anything, we'll be going down from this number, not up. So we're very comfortable with the 10% that was suggested. I'm just going like this. I don't know what's going on. There you go. So again, these here are very consistent with what has been approved for the other projects. I want to address the whole 5 feet, 0 feet, all of that. That's exactly the same as Senna. 2.5 feet on each side and 5 feet separation between buildings. That is the IFC code. That is what everybody's doing. The 0 is actually in your code today, which is like 0 lot line, which means that you can build right on the line for some where it makes sense, but you will still have to maintain the 5 foot separation, right? So if you're going to 0 here, you have to gain the 5 feet on the other side. There was always going to be 5 feet, always, between the buildings. All right, so that's basically, this is the fire plan. It has some, we'll fix that. In terms of the fire plan and all that, at platting, we need to be 100% compliant. Nothing's going to get approved by Ardura or by the chief if it's not 100% compliance. So we're good with that. Now, I hope you all understand the benefits of us potentially going down this path. I believe the neighbors will be happy with that. I believe you all will be happy with that, reduced density. But if you decide that's not what you want, I'm cool with that. Like, honestly, we'll just go ahead. But just know that our plan will be to build to rent. That's all I'm saying, right? So I'm totally forthcoming. You can totally deny us this, but just know, please, don't blame us that we didn't come and tell you. That's all. In terms of lower traffic, and we have obviously less likelihood of conversion to rental. And I believe this is just better fit with the neighbors. Now, what we did is, it was reminiscent of Seneca West, honestly, where, state law and your charter says 200 feet. And I thought, you know what, that's not cool, because most of the people affected are like on this side here, all the way to the end and all the way around. So, like, I personally, on the weekend, went out and handed just what's going on, so that I invited them basically to come in and just learn if there's any, so that their opinion is heard, right? So for this in particular, I learned a couple of things actually as I went through this, and we went back to, can I go back to staff comments? I'm going to wrap it up. So obviously, we agree everything needs to be replatted. That goes without saying. We agree with the 10% that's in the code. We didn't ask for a variance on that. We agree with the city engineer's comments that we should not be removing that paragraph. But I want to clarify the whole thing on Sawyer. And maybe there's a bit of a misunderstanding on everyone's part. I just wanted to clarify that, and I'm happy to hear any other comments on that subject. So, all right. Indeed, Sawyer is defined in the master plan as a collector. It's defined as a commercial collector, but it's only defined as a commercial collector between Bandera and Crisscross. Do you guys know Crisscross? Do you know what that is? It's actually a tiny little stub from Pass that ends right at the edge of our property. Let me just I have this guy here. Okay, let me just see. I haven't eaten, so I may be shaky. All right. So basically, this is the portion of POS. So POS comes down like this and around. Only this portion of POS is considered a collector, as per your master plan. This is page 35 of your master plan. All right? Now, the remaining portion of Sawyer, as per page 48 of your master plan, says Sawyer Road interfaces with the city of San Antonio city limit and Bandera. Transportation elements in the area must consider that Sawyer Road is a two-lane dead-end street, which will not be extended. This is your master plan. Samir's not inventing anything. Okay, it's a dead-end street. That is how it's. This is not a collector. We're not facing a collector. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear. We humbly disagree, and if we are mistaken, we apologize. We'd like to hear the other side of that argument. So, but this is language straight from your master plan, and I believe that to be true. If you were to drive, in fact, when I drove to the end to hand flyers, that road ends. There's a temple there, and there's a house, two houses right at the end. So it's not going anywhere. In fact, anyways, I'm going to stop here. The other thing I wanted to address is the tree preservation. So the recommendation, and rightfully so, is to leave the trees until platting and then come back for variance. But that's actually not what's been approved in our PDD. Today, we are approved for a tree preservation plan. It's done. It's in the ordinance. However, we did not fix the fee for that. And that's what we would have had to come to vary if we needed a variance on that. I just wanted to be clear. It's something that's also in the ordinance. You're welcome to maybe ask staff or review it yourself. So what we are asking for is to allow us, because of our costs going up substantially as we evaluate this option, we need to fix the cost and the budget as much as possible as we go to the bank for financing, right? So we need to go in with a budget. And we cannot have things just floating there saying, oh, maybe the fee is going to be this or the fee is going to be that, because it could be a substantial variance. So what we ask for your consideration in this particular scenario is we will be going down in density. We just ask for your consideration on the fees. That's it. I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shahadi. I don't know if you have any questions. I'd like to hear from our city engineer about the Collector Street, because there's a disagreement here, and I want to take our recommendation from our city engineer. So if you would address that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. You wouldn't put it in our packet if it wasn't, I mean.
Yes, so going back to that page 35, it identifies a commercial collector, and that's a segment from Crisscross to Bandera.
Okay.
But by definition, a collector is a street that connects local roads to a major thoroughfare. So I got together with David, and by definition, we identified the entrance from Old Mill,
Mill Street,
Old Mill Street to Crisscross as a residential collector, even though it's not identified on the plan. It would be a residential collector, and then from that Old Mill Street to the south to the dead end, that would be just a local street.
Okay, so that's the distinction.
Yes.
Okay. And did you take into consideration as far as the safety on recommending no driveway into Sawyer with the
It's your
curve?
ordinance.
Or it's not even a curve, it's a.
Well, it's
I went
your
there.
ordinance, not the frontage
Yeah, okay, I just,
collector. It's just, that's why we made the comment.
okay,
To have 18 driveways along Sawyer Road doesn't seem safe or feasible.
okay,
And it doesn't, by the definition of a collector, we've identified it, and
okay,
it shouldn't happen with this
Okay.
development.
I
so.
appreciate that clarification. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the engineer on that particular?
No, but I do
issue?
want to just note
Yes.
that your city ordinance, so outside of your master plan, your city ordinance defines a collector street, and it defines your collector street as a, they put it in here for y'all. The city code defines a collector street as a road providing for travel between local streets and an arterial street network. So that's the clear definition of what a collector street is. And so, again, you can connect from Bandera Road onto Sawyer Road, and both Kate's Cove and Mill Stream.
Yeah,
You can
all
go all the
connect.
way back and connect to Timber Hill and Heavener and all that back way. So even though the street itself dead ends, it still connects to the other major thoroughfares, yeah. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? I'm just wondering, is there any, have you looked at that, Mr. Shahadi, about how you can reconfigure and still meet the engineer's concern? I mean, our whole, I keep saying this to residents that are citizens, that we're here for health, safety, and welfare, and
Oh,
that's, to
100%,
me, a
yeah.
huge safety concern.
And I get the point, and I respect the definition. Fair enough. So we cannot accommodate Nuking's 18 units. That will bring us down to a number that is not justified. It's that simple. In order for us to be able to do this plan, we will need that access onto Sawyer. The other thing is, and just for your consideration, if you go on Grass Hill off of Bandera towards Seneca Trails now, there are 6 homes all along Grass Hill. Grass Hill is a collector. It's a 60-foot right-of-way. Sawyer Road is not a 60-foot right-of-way. Sawyer Road is, it's a 2-lane, right? Even though the definition of a collector, I respect that, but a collector is 60-foot right-of-way. So, and the city has not invested any money in making it a collector. Otherwise, and if the city hasn't, then by definition, and it's an intellectual, debate, and everybody has their opinion. I'm not going to debate it too long, but effectively, we have our position on that, but ultimately, honestly, it doesn't matter. You guys can deny it regardless, 60 different ways. Our opinion on that, different viewpoint, doesn't matter. So it's the spirit of what we are here for. The technicality, Grass Hill has R6 all along it, from Bandera all the way to, what's the name of that street?
William Rancher?
William Rancher, thank you. I'm losing my mind. I should know that area very well. So yeah, so to William Rancher, which is really connecting to local roads, and that is an actual 60-foot right-of-way, paved, the whole shebang. The city invested in it, turned it into a collector, and yet a SWAC of R6, front driveway right on it. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you, I
and
appreciate
I'll,
that.
Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I think we do need to open up public comment, so would the council like to hear the public comment next, and then we can have the discussion?
Well,
Did you have something
I
else?
just had 2 things since he was
Okay,
up here
go ahead.
already, which is there any way to shorten up those properties to provide like a little bit of like an access road onto Sawyer to allow them to back up a little bit safer, like as a compromise? Is there a way to, like, instead of giving the 20-foot, we give you a variance on the 20-foot frontage and you make the lot a little shorter? Is there a way for you to provide like a small little access road to allow them to
So
safely
can you
pull out?
you know what, like, we're open, Crystal, like, we're absolutely open. If we can do it better in terms of safety, like, we're fully on board with that. And if it's a conversation as to, some ideas you may have, maybe Ricardo can have some ideas. We never met in person. We've been dealing with each other for a long time. So at the end of the day, if you can just, so are you thinking we would take
Maybe taking a portion, I don't know how many feet. Again, I'm not an
like
engineer.
10 foot, like 10
Yeah,
feet?
I mean, I'm just
and
trying
just
to provide.
recede back?
Yeah,
So
just
this
a little
means,
bit of,
okay.
just a little bit of
Okay,
a.
let's talk about that. Yeah, let me evaluate it. But this may mean smaller
Correct.
backyards.
Absolutely.
Right?
So
Okay.
again, that was just
We-
something
yeah,
that.
as a
Yeah,
compromise.
so the
As a
setback, the
compromise.
back, the rear setback will be smaller. So instead of 10 feet, we may have to go, but people are gonna, let's see what we can do. How wide do you think we need it? Like, Ricardo, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I
Like
was
10
just
feet?
trying to give, give and take a little bit. And
Yeah.
so,
Well, I think we appreciate the less dense
Yeah.
project versus the 166. I mean, we like it, but we are concerned about the safety. And so if we can work that out, and then there's
Perhaps
some
we-
other issues that the council want to bring up as well, but, that's the major one for me, was the safety on this Sawyer Road. So that's why.
that's all I wanted to throw out an
Good
option.
idea. That's
yeah.
a good idea.
So anyway, yes, you want to do public comment? Let's do that, and then we'll bring it back to the council for more discussion. So we'll open up the public comment at 9:11. And is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council on this issue? Please come forward. Yes. If you've already addressed it, we've heard it. So we hear your comments, and they were so noted at Citizens to be Heard. We have another gentleman behind you, Mr. Bowl, that would like to comment. So, Mr. Bowl, if you'll please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Evan Bowl, Forest Oaks, Counterfield. First couple comments was, what was the council's, I guess, thoughts on the executive session that was had, but no action or no talk was had. In regard to city manager's consideration of the give and take, I think is actually quite adequate, about 5 to 7 feet in some cities like Austin, Houston, and Dallas, and some of the denser neighborhoods. The way it is like in downtown, when people go to park along the street, there's like a little indent, in a sense, almost the length of a car. So it's roughly, 5 feet or 5 to 6 feet. Allows a car to safely come into, like a little access way, into their neighborhood area and turn into their house. I think to that degree, what it would look like and a starting number for a step back, revised would be between 5 and 7 feet to allow that 5 to 7 feet in the front to come off Sawyer Road and then turn into the home at that point. If that's my comment of that's what it would look like. That's because I've seen that throughout the other cities I've been in.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. Anyone else? Yes, you please come forward, Ms. Daughtery. We appreciate it. You can definitely comment and add to what you had earlier.
I just have a question based on the projection up there.
Mhm.
Those don't look like they're individual townhomes. Are they right next to each other? They share walls?
No, they don't share walls,
Okay.
but they're 5 feet.
They're 5 feet apart?
Yes, 5 feet apart.
Okay. And the ones in the front are the ones who are facing Sawyer?
Yeah, there's 18 on the
There's
left-hand
18
side.
of those?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a much better plan than the one that we saw in last April. I am very happy about that. I'm just, from what I'm seeing, we're going to lose a lot of trees because that's a pretty wooded area, and it looks like we're going to have trees on the side here. Is there any accommodation for children play? Because that was one of the selling points of the other one.
Right.
It was going to be 4 stories
Thank
high.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I forgot to ask it. I had Parkland ? And I
Oh.
didn't bring it up, so I'll ask Mr.
That
Shahade on that.
fourth story was supposed to be for families, so
Yeah.
they would have a safe place for those children to play. Because based on this, 5 feet, that's pretty close.
Right. Okay.
Okay, but it's much better than the original plan that we saw.
Okay. Very
Thank
good. Thank you so much. And you live in the neighborhood, so you know. Yes. Okay. All right. So if I don't see any other comments, public comment, then I will close this period at 9:15. And then, Mr. Shahade, could you address the Parkland issue. I asked the manager when I talked to her this week I thought every development has to set aside parkland or pay a fee in lieu of, and what is your comment on that?
Yeah, for sure. So first of all, every house has its backyard, and so backyards would be basically the reason why we had rooftops, because we didn't have backyards for the townhouses. So in terms of like kids playing, however, we have actually modified this site plan. I didn't want to submit anything last minute because I didn't want to be my old me submitting stuff last minute. So, but what we've done is actually we have opened up. Let me see here. This here, we opened up more space for more detention and park area.
So you would take out those homes?
Yes, we're going to take out at least two, maybe potentially even all four, right? And then here we have room also for more play area. So will we here? But yes, we are more deficient here in terms of park space than we were over there. Like I honestly quite like the other plan. It's just not necessarily what we had promised. That's all.
All right. Thank you.
And yeah, so
I
does that
appreciate
answer your question?
Yes, it does. And
Yeah.
so I want my colleagues to have a chance to ask their questions as well. So who would like to start? Mr. Campos?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, you bet.
Mr. Shahadi, first of all, I want to tell you thank you for this consideration of a less dense development. I really appreciate that. You've shown that in the past in the Trilogy property, and I want to thank you.
Thank you.
You've made a lot of past investments in our city. You've donated to the various causes here, and so I thank you. I am very supportive of this less dense plan, okay? But it seems, I need to ask you this, is your request now to change the zoning from an R3 to an R6?
All right. So the request is not to change the zoning from R3 to R6. The request is to keep the option that we have right now available to us. Because we have not yet, and just so you know, I'm not saying keep it available to us so that we would build it and be it rentals. I could have done that without coming to you guys. It's simple, like, we're allowed to do that. But that's not the point. The point is we want to keep that option available to us. We have not continued investing in further exploring that option, this option here, and do proper financial analysis and spend money with the engineering firms to do the OPCs and all the costing estimates and all of that, until we knew this is available to us. I'm honestly favoring this. We have preliminaries. I believe they will be good. But just in case, I need to leave that option available to us. So what we're asking you for, to be specific, is to keep the base zoning as is, to allow us as an additional use, because if you look at the like Article 2, A and B, A is the base zoning definition, B is the additional use, permitted additional use. We currently have the one site plan. I wish the language was up there. I actually have it on my.
You need to weigh in on that. I thought, no, he's allowed to do that. Yeah, I know. But it's not currently on. Okay, well, I'm going to let you weigh in on that. Okay, I wanted our city attorney to weigh in on what you're asking
Yeah,
for.
please,
You're
please go
saying
ahead.
that I want to keep R3, but I also want to keep R6 out there. And we've never had a proposal like that before. So would you please address that?
Right, I mean, so first of all, your PDD ordinances or provisions have been repealed.
Have been
right?
repealed,
But,
yes.
but even so, even when they were enforced, it did not allow for two different base zones. It was very specific that there was only one base zone that was allowed under your old ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I would like to weigh in on that.
Go ahead.
So I would like to pull out two examples. The first example is Boss property, which is ours, where we have a base zoning of, well, in the first round, we had a base zoning of B2, which was retail, and we were able to do mixed use, including townhouses. And we varied that ordinance for the townhouses in order for us to do that. So we did have mixed zoning. Trilogy was actually 4 different zones. Trilogy had B2, R3, which was apartments at that point in time. It had B1, and it had the sustainability overlay. It went from Bandera across Seneca, wrapped around that one property, and came back. It was as weird as it gets. So you get 4 zoning, and when we went for the PDD, we actually ended up converting that zoning. I believe we ended up doing mixed use or so. Anyway, so like I agree. Typically, we have done it. I have done it, where we had a base zone that was different than the permitted use. PDDs generally are there to provide flexibility. So, and I'm not the city attorney, and I respect Art. I mean, he's great. So, at the end of the day, you know, I just let you know that we have done it. It does exist. There is precedence, and I don't think it harms the city in any way to allow us that chance to be able to evaluate that other option. There is precedence to allow for one base zoning and to allow us to evaluate something that is an R6 in addition. Like we had mixed use, we had B2, and we had apartments, and we had townhouses. That was the first plan. It was approved in 2021. That's exactly what was that PDD. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Again, the spirit, so the technical aspect of it is there because we have the precedence, but it all goes back to the intent and the spirit. At the end of the day, you can deny us on any grounds that you want. It's totally discretionary to you. All I'm asking for is, again, it's a decision we all make together. Do you want us to consider this? Please allow us to do that. I'm willing to invest the money to explore it further. Or you can say, Samir, no, you know what? We're good. We don't want you to do this. Do your thing. And then we'll do our thing. It's my hope is that please allow us to do this evaluation, but because I will not do this evaluation if I'm being forced into changing the zoning. I'll just walk away. I'm not gonna lose my zoning as it is today, just because I want to evaluate something that I believe is more honorable to do. So, and if it's not feasible, I don't want to get penalized for that. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, if you'll continue, please. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on some of the revisions that you're requesting? And one of them, well, I just don't, if you put up the site plan up there, that one, how do you envision parking? I just don't understand how that works for, again, I'm very supportive to this less dense. I'm just trying to understand how do you envision, because in one of these articles, Article 3 here, you're saying minimum parking spaces, right now, current R3, that it's one, let's see, minimum parking spaces for units with more than 2 bedrooms, 1 per bedroom. Okay, and now, if I'm understanding this correctly, and this is dated in 2026, that you're saying that you want revisions of 2 parking spaces for more than 2 bedrooms? Am I understanding that correctly?
No, we're not asking for any variance for this one here for additional parking. Each house will have a pad for 2 cars and a garage inside for 2 cars. So each house can have 4 cars on the property.
Most people, I would
Most
say.
people don't use their garages,
Right,
fair enough.
right.
And if you look at, I use my garage, by the way, it's fact. But if you look here on the street, that's the other thing is we're allowing a full like 8 foot all the way around that is dedicated for parking. Now, I acknowledge we need potentially more parking, and we have looked. If you'd allow me, now that like Crystal has some good points, and with Ricardo's comments as well, if you'd allow me to do some revisions to this plan, minor, that would allow us to add maybe a little bit more parking, define the space a little bit better for for park, also show you more about what we're planning on doing on this side here. I believe that is something we can come and present at the next meeting that could potentially answer a lot of those questions and will accommodate a lot of your requests.
Is there any consideration, you have the parking coming out to Sawyer on your left-hand side up there on the screen, to putting the parking, the garage entrances on the left side? And because I believe the curve in the road occurs somewhere around the opening here.
Oh, you're talking about this here. Okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And I'm just asking as
That's
a
a good-
possibility. Like I'm mentioning to you, I'm very supportive of this lower density, but can we work on something else?
100%.
Okay.
So let me show you, let me just see here. Okay, this one, perfect. All right, so let's look at this curve here coming in. Right, so is your concern that this is too close to this? Is this the concern? Like this entrance here, this ingress egress is too close to this corner?
Well, I think
That's-
we're concerned about the whole row of exiting into Sawyer. That's our primary concern.
Oh, okay,
And-
so-
And what can we do to maybe move some of those over a little bit? We've heard a comment from our citizen, one of our citizens, that 6 feet would be sufficient, but if somebody's at your house, a guest, and it's going to park in front of your house because you've already used up your parking spaces, they're going to park in that 6-foot area. And then how do you get other cars through? That's, again, I'm trying to look for some type of solution, compromise of whatever.
So can you describe better, what do you mean move them that way? Like which way are we talking about, like these guys here moving like this way? Like
Yes, so the driveways facing that way that are not coming directly out of Sawyer. I don't know who owns that property further up in.
the one across the street?
No. On the right side of that curve.
Oh, this guy, this gentleman here?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think he will go for that.
Okay.
You know what's interesting is, and we can talk about this if you're all interested in talking about it. Crystal would know what I'm talking about. So crisscross, like our plan right now does this. Let me just see here. We left a stub at the end of this road here on purpose, right? Like going, if we're looking straight up, going right. So this one here.
At number 48?
Yeah,
Is that what that
this
is,
one here.
48? Or-
Do you see
Number
it?
68.
Yeah, so 68,
68, yeah.
yeah,
Is that where you-
68, you got it.
The stub, okay.
So we left that stub open on purpose because right here, see where it says Chris?
Right.
That's named after you, Madam Mayor. So anyway, so this here was destined, I believe, I was told by Melinda many years ago, that was destined to link POS to Sawyer. Okay, so if the city is interested in potentially opening this up, because it's a small connection, crisscross is already paved. I mean, we would be willing to work with the city on potentially extending this portion here to allow for a second exit. Just something for you to consider. It's not, I mean, we don't need it. We're currently compliant with the IFC requirements for the distance between ingress egress, right? So, and that is another consideration why we have to lay it out like this, because we need to have that distance. Basically, it's the longest of the diagonal divided by 2. And remember we had that issue with on the Trilogy property, and we worked with the chief on, and we ended up with an emergency.
Exit, yeah.
And then the guys at Century Homes, they had to buy the property next door because of this IFC requirement.
Ray was
right?
gonna let that go through his house.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they wouldn't allow, you guys wouldn't allow them to go all the way to the back to Pomona, yeah. So, yeah, I remember that. I was sitting here for that meeting. So, so anyways, it's something, but in terms of, we cannot lose 18, like that'll just nix that. But what we can do is, we're happy for feedback, meaning if you all have comments, can come through Michael, maybe Ricardo may have some ideas. At the end, like, it's a collaboration. I'm happy to adjust things so that we can keep density, but at the same time, accommodate some of these concerns. You guys know, like, we're happy to help, like, to work with you on this.
All right, any other questions, comments for Mr. Shahadi? Go ahead.
Shadi, thank you so much for doing this, and thank you so much for wanting to work with us to make this happen, then not make it happen. And I'm also in favor of it as well.
Thank you.
And I think that we can come into an agreement. I know that you're going to be meeting with our city manager again to work out the details. And I can tell you that the concerns that my colleagues have is just for safety reasons and to just do better.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're listening, and honestly, we share the same concerns.
And I really appreciate that you have an
Thank
open
you.
mind and saying, well, yeah, I can work with you, and thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Marsh.
I still need a little more clarification about the parking. So you are designating an 8-foot parking lane along this main road, but there's nothing like that on the right side from 53 to 76. So
Yes.
where do we have any extra parking over on the right side of the development?
Okay, that's a very good observation, and I'm happy to address it because we were battling with this thing 60 different ways. So we can fit the ROW here, 38 feet is perfect. We need the 8-foot for parking. We have 20 feet for the road. All good. We have enough. We're keeping the 5-foot sidewalk for accessibility, so we can pass that test. We come to this side, and in order for us to fit sideways, these guys, we shrink this here by a couple feet. So we go down to like 36 feet for the ROW, which means, I mean, we can work with you any way we want. But the good news is, as we potentially nuke some of these and replace them with more space, we could potentially accommodate some more parking.
Okay.
I mean, the end, yeah. So, but yes, point well taken. And this is something we can come in with some ideas. And if you all, will decide this idea is better than the other.
Well, let me ask another question. If you have driveways coming out on both sides of this main street in the middle of the development,
this one here,
you're only going to have one 5-foot parking space between the two driveways, or you're going to be blocking driveways even though you say you have a parking lane?
No. Let me explain how this works. So if you have, if the width of the lot is 29 feet, which is really what we're accounting for here, even though we're asking for 28, I believe 29 is going to be our standard, and we'll try to stick with that. Some of them may be a little bit wider, But we're not going to go, I don't believe, I'm hoping we're not going to go below 29. So with 29 feet, if you have 18-foot pad, then you have the pad here, say it's 18 feet, generally it could be also 16 feet. Then 29 and 29, that is 58, right? Take, say, 32 to 36, whatever is left in the middle, that's parking space.
So you're gonna get about 2 cars in between?
You get probably at least one car.
At
least one car, and on both sides of it. Well, no, on the one side of the street.
Just one
And
side.
then the side here, all of this is available to you for parking on the side. Is
So
my
we
math
still
is my math
potentially
off?
have an issue with any visitor parking or whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna have some visitor parking. We're
My
adding that.
concern is that visitors are gonna park on Sawyer, and that's gonna make the whole situation even more dangerous. Besides having driveways come out on Sawyer, besides having a very blind curve on Sawyer, then you're gonna have people trying to park along Sawyer, even though the road is very narrow, there's no curb, or they're gonna be parking on the grass, which is a fire danger also. Those are the things that I'm thinking of in my head. It's like, oh my God. So I would want to make sure that there's safe places to park, because we are social beings and we will have people come over, and regardless of whether you think people leave their garages empty to park their cars in or not, people have more cars than that, whether they have a work vehicle or whether they have a teenager or God knows what. But that's my concern, is that we make sure that there's an appropriate accommodation so that we don't force people into dangerous situations.
Point well taken.
And to kind of go back to the city manager's suggestion that we discussed, is having almost an alleyway along Sawyer so that those houses can back up in a protected space divided by a curb along the edge of Sawyer Road, and then they would have to proceed down their alleyway to get to one of the authorized exits to get out onto Sawyer Road.
Okay.
Kind of like what's on Wurzbach right now.
Is it maybe, why don't we take this offline? I may have some questions about, can the city potentially dedicate a portion, we dedicate a portion to be able to just reserve one lane for?
We'd have to go back and take a look, and I'd have to talk to the engineers, because Sawyer Road is what, 30 feet, I think?
I'm sorry, is what?
I think it's about 30 feet.
30 feet, okay, I
Yeah,
didn't hear
and
what you
so
said.
my concern is like it's not really an improved like an unimproved road, and so I don't know
No
if there's
curbs,
enough.
there's no sidewalks,
Right, so
nothing.
I don't know the answer to that. But again, this is a first read, they're not voting on anything tonight.
We'll explore more. Like I promise you, we'll be exploring more of next.
And
over the
Counselor
next couple of
Bolton had her hand up. Counselor?
It's just someone who grew up, I had a best friend that lived on Sawyer Road, and it was a racetrack. We used to see how fast we could take that turn. And I'm just thinking of people who are gonna be living on Lot 18, backing up, not paying attention to cars coming racing around that turn, because I don't think teenagers have changed. So I think the concerns that we have about people backing into the street are extremely valid.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And I do know that a lot of the people in Old Mill, that is how they go to work. Lots of people use it as a crossroads to get through.
Because they want to get right
they
onto
don't wanna deal with
Bandera,
the
and
traffic
they don't
on
want to
Huebner.
stop at that light. Yeah, up
And
at
Timber Hill.
Huebner. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we don't have a vote tonight, but what I'm hearing is we need more time to work with the developer on because is there any other
He'll bring you
concerns?
some modifications or
Oh,
whatever.
we're
Other
gonna, yeah, we'll
concerns that
get
we need to address?
modifications, we'll get modifications to you guys within the next few days.
Well,
Yeah, and
I would feel more comfortable if we, had an R3 or an RC. I don't know. I mean, I hate this either or, just kind of, I don't know. I understand that's financially what you need, but anyway, but I think
well,
if
there's
we
no
could,
downside.
if we
There's
could
no
work it
downside.
out.
There's no downside for you guys to grant us what we're asking for.
Well,
Like, it's not like we're asking, if we were asking for higher density, to change, to allow us for higher density, I would understand the concern. But honestly, I mean, we're asking for lower density, and you have nothing to lose. The best thing that can happen is for all of us, to actually make this work, honestly, and for us to be like developers, even though, anyways, we believe this is doable. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here wasting my time and yours.
Okay.
Honestly.
City manager, how long do you think we need? Do we need it the next meeting or the meeting in June?
It's up to him and how fast he can get it. Technically, our items are due for next packet tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, because of our posting requirements. So, it'll just depend on how quick he can get it. I would like the engineers to look at the suggested changes. So I don't want to put anybody in a crunch, but I mean, depending on when he gets it, how fast I can get it back, maybe the 21st, but probably looking at the first meeting.
The 19th.
I keep
I
saying
know,
the
you keep
21st.
saying May
The
21st. I
19th.
say,
I don't know why I want the meeting to be.
that
the
is a
21st.
Thursday.
Yeah.
That's not a Tuesday.
I'm sorry, the 19th.
She's been saying that for a month.
I know, the 19th meeting
Yeah,
instead of
funny.
the first meeting in June.
Yeah.
But we'll work, I mean,
Work together on
we'll
that,
work to figure something out.
Okay, well, we'll just flow with it. So is that all good? All right, so we have
Thank you very much.
direction. Okay,
That's
thank you,
great.
Mr.
Thank you.
Shahadi.
Thanks.
Okay, and thank you to the engineers and to Dave and, the citizen input, and thank you, Dr. Caldera, for your guidance on that as well. Okay, and thanks to Art for guiding us to a better compromise. So appreciate that. Okay, so we will move then to Agenda 7.2 at 9:41. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on the 4th of July event. We have Crystal Miranda, our Community Relations Director, here to present. Good evening and welcome.
Never mind, I'll just ask later. I was just gonna ask a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, Art, if we publicized a public hearing for the next meeting on this, we still have to hold the public hearing whether or not I have the new plan, correct? Or can we cancel the public hearing? Because we publicize in the paper the next two reads, because that's typically how it goes.
In order to pass the, sorry.
Correct.
In
I'm
order to-
talking like notice. So like we noticed in the paper, the public hearing for this item, the second read, which is the next meeting. So my question to you is, like, say we don't get the plans done and we move to June, I have to renotice.
You'll have to renotice.
But then do we still put the one that we already noticed on the next meeting regardless? Because it was noticed as a public hearing.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure I understand what you're asking.
Because we noticed the next meeting as a public hearing, but say it's not ready and it's not gonna go on the
Gotta
next
be done
agenda.
tomorrow.
But it still has to be on the agenda because we noticed it as a public hearing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I mean, you can at that point cancel the public hearing
Okay.
and cancel the item.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, no
Just so you
problem.
know, I have the new plan. It's
Okay.
done. So I will send it to you, we considered a lot
Did
of
you,
this
did you
stuff.
say you have a new plan already and we hadn't even left yet?
We're
Is that
that
what I
good?
hear?
We're
Did
just-
I hear that you have a new plan and we haven't even left?
I can
You haven't
even,
even
I
left
can even
yet?
show it to you.
Gosh.
All right.
No,
we'll
honestly,
talk-
I mean it. I
Okay.
have a plan that is pretty much substantially complete. I will send it to you guys. The one thing that so we can stay on. In fact, honestly, I think we can easily stay on for the next public hearing. I will send this by tomorrow morning. If not tonight, we'll be
Okay.
able to send at least preliminary for you guys to look at. The one thing that I am unsure of, and I don't think, honestly, we can work it out before, for the approval process for zoning, but I think this is something we can note for platting, right? Where there would be an understanding that we will all work together on what we can do, so we get the leeway in terms of variance. We'll tell you what the variance should be if we were to do this. We'll step back, maybe, I'll see how much we can step back, right? And we'll adjust that, we'll send it to you by tonight. That'd be the only thing we'll adjust before the next meeting.
What about the
We should be good otherwise.
question?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
About the R3 variances. Yeah. Okay, all right, we're good.
All right.
Hello,
Good
you've been
evening.
so patient. Thank you so much. Of course,
No
you've been running
problem.
the show too, so we appreciate that, Crystal. Good evening and welcome. We're so glad you're
Thank you,
here.
Mayor, Council.
You bet.
I'm here to present the 4th of July
So you're going to be asked to consider the options and similar to last time, but I have numbers for you, so we can speed through this a little bit. The same itinerary. Let's see, here's your fiscal impact. So Tom Jackson would be $250, balloon artist, face painter. There are some of these flags that I found on Amazon if we want to do some giveaways. And then the inflatable, y'all recommended that we minus one of the inflatables, so it took it down to $19.53. The original Ice Factory is an option. We can purchase 200 of the snow cones or ice creams to give out for free. That's $600 because they are quoting $3 a cone. The DJ services is $400. Ballet Folklorico is $150. John Jay, she still hasn't given me an invoice, so I went to the highest, $500. That's a cost estimate of our staff that will be there on site from 9:30 to 12:30. Monument banners, I can show you a picture here. That's a replica or what it would look like if you were interested in that. And then the community flags are the larger 18 inches by 12 inches. These look good on like your yard. They're not the 4x6s that you wave in a parade with your hand. That's the cost for that. Another option to consider, we have a freezer at the house across the street. We can buy some firecracker bomb pops, the red, white, and blue ones, give them out, store them in the freezer. HEB has a box of 12 for $3.52 each if we want to get, 200 of them. Prizes, y'all recommended gift cards last time, $500. Unless I'm mistaken, I can look back at the minutes. Or what do y'all want to do? What do y'all recommend? Decorations, $300. Maybe we do some of those wind in the yard of the Veterans Park area. And then barricades, the weighted barricades, approximately $1,500, unless, depending on the layout, I'm going to need more.
No, barricades where?
So these are the weighted barricades.
Oh, that's right.
That we're
you had
going
a
to need
different name
to
for 'em.
make sure
Okay.
that cars don't go through
gotcha.
areas of concern.
Okay.
Your estimate projection is $1377. This is with everything included.
My comment on the monument banners, $400 per monument, it says $250 on it, so we wouldn't be able to use it again. I don't think we need it because we have the bunting, but I don't know
Sure.
what y'all think. I'm just trying to, Anyone else y'all think we need to add them? Yes, go ahead. Councilor Bolton.
It's an excellent idea, and maybe instead of the other ice cream, sorry, I think that the Bomb Pops, buy more of them, they're a lot cheaper.
Right.
And kids they like them because they're
Yeah.
different colors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but there's nothing like 4th of July without apple pie and ice cream,
I know.
Sorry, but anyway, go ahead. Yes, Councilor Heil.
Is the ballet, are they charging us, or is that a donation? What is that $150 for?
So each one is a donation, right? Even the John J. Rockin' Strings, like Yes and Earthwise, they were free, but they were at school. Here we're bringing them back in from the summer. So they have requested a donation of ballet's $150 for a performance of 30 minutes to an hour, and John J. is similar, but she hasn't given me the invoice to be exact.
So it may be more?
No, it's $350 to $500. That's what she threw out to me verbally, but I don't go by verbal. I go by what's written, and I don't have that yet, so I went to the highest.
Doesn't the ballet group use our community center to
Yes, ma'am.
practice and do things?
Mm-hmm.
So they still want money from us? Do we charge them for
Similar
that?
to Otis Burnside wanted $300 to perform on this night as well, and he uses our community space as well.
Hmm. So we're going to get rid of the original ice factory?
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Is that just ice cream?
Yes, ma'am. It's like snow cones.
Okay.
Or we could do both.
Or we could do both.
$88 isn't that much for the,
And we don't want to spend $600 though. We'll get rid of the ice factory. We'll just have bomb pops. Kids love those. I like them too.
Councilor
Mayor.
Heil. Oh, Councilor Orozco and then Councilor Heil. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I still wanted the fireworks. I guess I can bring my own. But how are we gonna make this successful? How are you gonna advertise in order for us to be successful on this? What are your plans on that?
Y'all have given me a very short window, so we got 59 days till the event, and I'm going to try my best to get it out there. I can, if you want to add advertising, I could put on iHeartRadio. Usually that's about anywhere from 500 to 1,000, just depending how many channels we wanted to have it on.
This is
That's
a
what I usually
neighborhood
spend in
thing.
the past.
Yeah, but
And
this is more
so-
neighborhood,
Mhm.
I think, yeah.
Well, this is supposed to be, the idea of this is not your large event.
That's
There is
right.
no advertising. It's supposed to be word of mouth. It's not supposed to draw people.
Correct.
It's supposed to be the community. No, it's not. I mean, when you're having the Veterans Park, it's word of mouth. It's people that live around the area. It's your that's the whole idea. It's not supposed to draw people in from the outside in. If that's what y'all wanted, that was the larger 4th of July event. That draws in people from all over. We can't advertise on our iHeartRadio. I don't have the space in Veterans Park to accommodate half of San Antonio.
Are you
The
gonna put it in
space
your
is not
Facebook?
there. We'll post it on our
course.
social media accounts, absolutely, and on our Nextdoor account, but our advertising is going to be limited to local because we don't have the space, nor are we preparing for the staff to be
Right.
able to do that. And then if there's a overpopulation at Veterans Park, the fire chief's gonna set you down and the event's gonna be canceled. So I'm trying to make sure we manage both.
We have our outlets like Lions Roar, the displays, the marquees, the Facebook, e-news, our regular.
Well, and also we said they were going to be drawn because they wanted to win a prize, a
Right.
drawing.
Your
So
gift
that was the
cards. Mhm.
other consideration that we talked about, so.
Okay, just one more thing.
Yes, go ahead.
As far as some of the prizes,
go
in
right
order
here.
to advertise the pool, can you give one-day passes as a gift or as a prize? You know, just to advertise the pool, people can start coming?
You mean like $5 coupons? That's a
Or
one
a
day.
family season pass.
Yeah, a one-day pass, so they can
Dollars.
come and check out our pool and see, you know.
Dollars.
And maybe 1 or 2 season passes, you know. I don't think that would be very financially.
Y'all approve it?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea because it saves us money instead of more gift cards, and it keeps it local and drives up the interest in the pool. I also agree with the bomb pops instead of any ice cream cones or whatever. I think it's cheaper. I think it's more patriotic in terms of the color thing. And I know that those banners say 250th, but I kind of think they look really nice, would look really nice on the monuments at the entrance of the thing. And maybe we just, need to put a regular flag there or whatever, but I think that's kind of neat. I also have kind of issue with paying, I think the rocking strings for the $350 to $500 is a little more understandable than the Ballet Folklorico. That's really not a school-related event, and so whether it's summer or winter, it shouldn't matter, and that seems like a lot of money to give for, I don't know how long a performance, but I would say we could save some money there.
Well, y'all wanted kids to be there for, as far as like participating in the event, to draw people there. And my understanding from the Ballet Folklorico group is they're a nonprofit, so they use those donations the girls that participate don't have funds to purchase dresses and things of that nature, so any donations they get, they help support the girls to purchase the dresses and shoes throughout the year. So that's why that's where they use their donations for.
I can appreciate that. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Okay. Counselor Heil.
Would you go to the second page again, please?
Sure. Let's see. What, second page, this one?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I agree with the mayor, $800 for some flags that we're only going to leave up one day, and that's it. It's a lot of money. We can use that for.
You mean the monuments, the monument banners?
The
Yeah.
monument
It was
banners.
only that it was $250,
Right.
and it's just a one-time, we
Right.
can't use them next year.
Right.
So.
Do you want them to be, maybe we change it?
And once you have the brackets in place, then you can change it out to have a display signed for any season, right? Or any holiday, but that's up to you guys. This one would be initial cost for the brackets.
Oh, for the
To mount it, the bracketing system has to withstand the wind, and so do the signs. So the actual banner itself isn't $400. It's the whole system that you have to
Didn't know that.
attach to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that on both of the monuments?
So it would be right
it on
off the
both of 'em?
flyover, the entry and the exit point
Okay,
of Leon
very
Valley.
good. Okay.
But
all
I'm
right.
thinking like your earthwise, like if y'all wanted
Yeah,
to buy
I mean,
flags to add
I
to
di-
the
I
brackets
didn't-
later. Or maybe you
I
don't
didn't-
add America 250, you just add the star and just put welcome to Leon
Right.
Valley with the star.
So
and
there
then you
are
can use
different, designs. We don't have to do 250. You could just do 4th of July or, welcome to Leon Valley. Happy 4th
So
of
we
July.
can use it, it's kind of
Sure.
like our banners for Earthwise. I mean, we have to change the date, but it's basically the same thing every year. So, yes, Counselor Campos and then Counselor.
My comment was gonna be along the.
Is just the banner without the 250.
Right, and that way it can be used for other things. I think it's gonna be pretty important.
Okay, so if we-
And, whether it's Earthwise or some other thing, that maybe there's an attachment that we can put a date for, as things change.
Right.
How much are those banners then, after we do the structural, cost, then
So it
what
just
is
depends if
that?
you want it customized or if you just want it generic. If it's going to say like Happy Earth Day, then those are cheaper. I don't have a cost on that, but
that's in
this
the
one is the
future.
customized one because it says Leon Valley on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yes, Counselor Marsh.
I was just going to say that if we do invest in the banner hardware, that it might be something we could use for the 75th anniversary also.
Is there a consensus then to do the monument banners, because now we know it's a little bit more permanent than just, okay. All right, and then, what was the other thing? Ice cream versus the bomb pops, is that what do y'all want? I mean, I wanted both, but,
400 bomb pops for
I know.
$160.
Is that right?
but we're gonna have leftovers. I don't think we're gonna have, I don't think we're gonna have 400 people there, but,
But I'm just estimating, I mean, it's
Yeah.
cheaper.
okay,
It'd be a lot cheaper.
okay.
I vote for bomb pops.
Everybody want bomb pops instead? Okay, all right. I'll have to go and get my ice cream someplace else. That's okay. Let's see,
We'll
what
also have
else?
vendors, right? I'll have like 3 or 4 vendors out there. They can sell, but this will be for free.
Yeah, gotcha.
So the
All right.
prizes, I'm sorry, excuse me. The
Yeah.
prizes will be less since we're going to give like pool.
Whatever you
memberships or
advise me to
something?
do. I will get whatever gift cards for ever amount that y'all approve. It's up to you guys.
Okay, yes,
I
Counselor.
think we need to keep the $500 and
Yeah,
then
I
just
do.
add to it. That's
Mhm.
my impression. And
Okay.
if you go back one page,
Yeah, 'cause we
for
wanted,
the original Ice Factory,
Uh-huh.
isn't that really like a slushy, like a,
Like a Kona ice,
yeah.
right?
yeah,
Like a
So,
snow
It's
cone?
not ice cream.
oh, it's not ice cream? Oh, I
It's like
thought it was ice
Italian
cream.
ice. It's like Italian ice,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Isn't it a snow?
But then we have $600 more that we can add to the gifts or gift cards or whatever. And, okay, so the 5,200 for the City of Leon Valley, that's overtime cost?
That's an estimate.
Okay, all right. All right. And so then we'll have how many big,
Just the one combo that includes 3 sports: basketball, soccer, football.
okay, but as far as I guess it's on the next page. The next, no, but the next page you had larger flags?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Community flags, 300? And do we have a?
300 pieces,
Do
138.
we know where we're gonna put those, or?
I
is
thought
that-
y'all had said y'all wanted the community to get involved and they could decorate their yard with these.
Okay,
And y'all wanted to hand them out,
okay,
or they can come pick them up at City Hall.
okay, all right.
And whatever's left over, we can put out in front of the
Okay.
area.
All right, sounds good. All right, anything else that we need to? I think you,
you want a motion?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Mayor, may I make the motion?
Yes, you may. I'm
Mayor,
sorry.
I'd like to make the motion that we adopt a budget for the 4th of July of, I'm going to just put 13,800, not to exceed that amount.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to come back for a budget adjustment. It'll come from your ED department, but you're just gonna, approve as presented with the changes as discussed. And then I have to bring back a budget adjustment for you, because that'll be a separate 2 reads in order to accomplish that.
so we'll take out the
Yeah, but this gives us
$600 for
permission
the,
because I can't put the cart before the horse kind of situation. We gotta start and I didn't have enough time to bring back a budget adjustment in time to get this accomplished. So you're gonna vote as presented, assuming the 13,000, and then I'm gonna come back with the budget adjustment.
Okay, so
Sorry.
I'm going to withdraw my original motion and make a motion that we adopt this as presented.
I'd like to second that.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Mersch to approve the 4th of July program as discussed. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you very much. Agenda item number 8, request for members of City Council to add items to future agendas. Is there anyone? Yes, Counselor Campos?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to add, if I could be excused for the meeting on the 12th. I'll be out of town and will not be able to
Oh,
come
for
to
the
that.
canvas.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I know we need 3 people. Yeah, and I don't count.
Right, you don't count. He
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
won't
count,
be
okay.
here, and she isn't going to be here because she works that time.
I'm still on contract on the 12th.
So we'll have 3, 1, 2, 3. Can y'all all be here? Okay, on the 12th? Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Really appreciate it. Okay, anything else for the good of the cause? Okay. All right, well, 10:01, that's kind of late for us. We've been getting out about 9:15, 9:30, so, all right. We move to adjourn without objection, 10:01 on Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Happy Cinco de Mayo. We didn't even say that. Yeah, you bet.
I think what it is the wires that are hanging down, they're not attached to it.
Yeah.
And Olin kicked it and messed it up.
Probably.
It's all Olin's fault. Just blame Olin. Blame it on Olin.
I think it's because his feet are too big, is what I think it is.
You're gonna blame it on somebody?
I picked up your sign.